Shall we recap? Are there any highlights that we want to go over, or do we want to just jump back in? We do have the whole notes page for the South Rocky Desert Mesa area. I can click show to players. So
Oh,
that's
a
mostly
quick recap
chronological.
for what happened during the summer probably wouldn't be bad.
We can pretty quickly go through stuff. Um, right now, the mithril vein is a scarcity. Dinosaurs for beasts of burden and food are abundant. Salt flats are abundant. Timber is abundant because there was a project we finished utilizing the giant cacti instead of the, I forget the name of those trees. It'll come up in notes. Acai tree. Tree of Tenair.
Okay.
Those are in a scarcity, but as we'll find out later, they also have healing properties. So the mithril smelter is working. There's a large ruined temple there were ruins around the base, for housing and stuff. There's also a basement discovered with some ancient writings in Elvish. Um, I forgot to
Oh,
mention this
no.
is a base dragonborn community, but avians had arrived and moved into town. They're referred to as soft and hard scales, kind of a distant
Yep.
cousin of sorts, integrated living. Avians started as scouts, Dragonborn were army, kind of eyes versus protection. At first, they couldn't reproduce with each other, but they both laid eggs. Um, a project was completed that, in using the Akai berries and some kind of solution to be discovered or further elaborated on, something helps with the mating process to make reproduction possible between the two. So that's awesome.
For free.
But children aren't half breeds, they're either one or the other.
Right. There is a note about half-breed stuff later. Small note.
Yep. Yeah, it's just a longer lifespan for the Aarakocra.
There were some large city ruins that were contaminated, discovered in the north. Eventually came to be that it's the home of the Naga. They somehow became disturbed or active and are a threat. Mithril armor and weapons are now a scarcity, but they have been developed, process of and everything. There's a tunnel to the cacti forest. Initially, we had leadership involving rites of passage with an elder council. It was a meritocracy where the spot was earned. There's a project finished with the town center, which are those green dots there next to the smelter tunnel area. There was the Glass Valley discovered, which was a hideous place. It used to be habitable. At first, there was just a distortion of vision and kind of a magical residue there. It would hum. Later, things and stuff happened with the religious development. Some pre-apocalypse findings from the temple, artifacts, and etc. led to sun worship. Also discovered sunstone, which captures solar energy, can be directed outward. Those who find sunstones are blessed. There were pillars of the sun, who are the gods, the Lord of the North Winds and the Queen of Air. Lord of the North Winds is Bahamut.
Yep.
Initially,
and the other one's Akkadi.
Yeah. Initially, there was a separation of church and state. There was no animosity. They were cooperative, but there was a separation. Um, there was an omen about involving the sunstone spear in the Naga. There were 3 divisions of worship, one for the sun, one for each of the pillars. Followers chose one of those 3 paths, own personal focus. Sun covers day-to-day civil service records, labor, strategy, etc. There's a phrase, praise the sun at dawn and sunset. Hello and goodbye. Praise the sun was kind of a moniker there developed. Those who follow the north winds are more defenders and warriors. Those who follow the god of air or goddess, divinity of air, is about communication, travel, mercantile, etc. Was developed that daytime is awesome, the sun is awesome. In contrast, darkness is bad. Predators have night vision. To be able to see at night is a taboo. So avians and reptilians have come to avoid, if not fear, the dark. I already mentioned cacti being developed to lumber. Elders who have developed longer lifespans have special needs of general care. Resources are spent to accommodate. On that note, I presume there to be respect for elders and wisdom and such. There were cavalry projects developed for military. There was breeding, there was training, and there was knighthood. Right now, we are in the knight training phase.
Nighttime.
Carnivorous dinosaurs became a larger threat and showed up bigger numbers. They're more so out on the fringe. There was a weather destruction, big old storm with lightning and stuff that created a break in the wall in the north, which is known as the lightning crevasse. Inborn magic use was discovered, but alongside the use of mithril and shaping. There was an honored elder who had died protecting children from a carnivorous dinosaur attack. That had inspired restoration of the temple to coincide with ceremonial burial. The temple restoration failed because the first cleric was hearing the voices of the pillars, so it got started over. Sunstone has become more usable in daily life as far as illumination, warmth, completed via divine wisdom given to High Priest of the Sun. So they learn more about it and how to utilize it. Outsiders arrive, gnolls, going after the herds of herbivores. They're kind of in small packs. They're contaminated, icky gnolls, kind of like the hyenas of the outskirts, as opposed to big old dinosaurs. There was a member of the Council of Elders who had gone missing under ominous circumstances. He was drawn to the Glass Valley by a shard of obsidian. Touching it activated passage to Shadowfell. He was offered power in exchange for his soul and became the first warlock. There was a cleric who was warning about whispers from the Glass Valley. He discovered another Fey patron who offered power at a lesser cost. Those two inspirational sources are at odds. Obsidian more represents the old ones. The gray one, the newer one, represents Fey as far as warlock orders. So there's the Obsidian Order, that's air quotes, that can be renamed later. They're granted the ability to see at night, special language with each other, well, night speak, encouraged to embrace the dark, not fear it. There was an attempted transition into theocracy, which finished in tandem with the restoration of the temple. So no longer is the elder of councils and the meritocracy kind of the prime ruling. It is now coming from the church and the sun god. Following visions and omens, member of the clergy, a cleric demanded transparency from the council regarding the disappearance of the elder. The elder actually returned, and the cleric entered into protest for answers. Curious citizens began to explore the valley. Return changed, but in different ways. Alternate perspectives on theology have now been presented, kind of pushing along the campaign into a traditional theocratic rule. The cleric began entering into consideration with those who followed the Fae, known as the Hooded Lantern, allowing for possible transition into multi-classing with clerics and warlocks. We've got a farmlands project. Irrigation is done, coming from the alluvial fan area, the Forest of Spires. The soil project, which right now it says Farm Plots 3, it's on that soil project. We've got avian scouting parties going west and east. Mixed breeds are discovered to be born way of egg manipulation, creates a class of wizards who are cut off from the natural gift magics, sorcerer and cleric. Wizards become protectors and interpreters of ancient texts, supporting the theocracy and rule of the sun and the pillar gods. And they are anti-warlock. Wizards assist in development of the knights with magic training to open the door to eldritch knights and multi-classing in that way. Those altered embrace the change and name themselves the Clutch Weavers. And we've got the Clutch Weaver Spire added by the Lightning Crevasse in the northeast. We started a glass making project. We've got started a roads project. And finally, Mason and architects have developed new techniques as the city itself expands. We're also presuming that when the roads are done, of course, there'll be villages that prop up along there. Thank you for staying for my TED Talk. Anyone who would like to add anything is welcome to do so. That is a perusal of the notes, gets us caught up to where we are. We have gone through the spring and the summer decks, now coming into autumn/fall.
Let's go.
Bye.
All right, Brian is ready to start. I am going to get the notes open to edit. I will put kind of a separation here for autumn, so any developments will be added on there and historically, chronologically accounted for. As far as turns go, we are starting with Goose on the first draw, and then going in order of the avatars. So it'll go Goose, Torfu, me, and then Brian. I'm going to shuffle the deck a couple times. We're using that handy dandy area in the northwest section to place cards, which shall work until such time as we run out of room elsewhere and have to put something there. I reckon it is going to come to turn for Goose. Just a reminder as far as how turns go. We start with the card draw, interpret that, follow the instructions, get through that. After that, we tick down the project dice, finish projects. We want to make sure project starter brings closure to that, elaborates, updates the maps as necessary. And then you get an action to either discover something new, hold a discussion, or start a project. And that is all. Kerbloop. We have got Goose pulling a card. Okay, good. It is the clubs. So far, I haven't messed that up. The parish arrives. Who are they? Why have they chosen your community and for what? Or, a small gang of marauders is making its way through local terrain. How many are there? What weapons do they carry?
Hmm.
And, oh, Brian restarting page.
Oh, there you go.
Well, it's a thing.
Let's see. A scouting party of Naga breaks off from the city and is skulking around.
Now, when you say break off, are they affiliated or are they like a separate chapter? Or are they just kind of an advanced scouting party?
A more advanced scouting party.
All right, with those being the Marauder side, how many are there and what special weapons do they have? Is it a large group or small? Are they sneaky? Are they?
Let's go with 16.
All right, so small infiltration group. And what are they armed with?
Something that can conjure darkness.
Would you say that that is in the way of like blood magic or psionics or something different? Are they just powered by the evil inherently, something like the taint?
Sure.
The last one, or
Candidate so.
any of the above?
Yeah, pretty much any of the above. I am not awake enough at the moment.
All right, we can actually say that the source of their power, maybe it's unknown. That's totally cool. I'll just put in the notes, taint or etc. gives dark magic. All right. Very good. So I am going to tick down all of the projects. Pretty sure none of them are going to complete this turn. You have quite a few on there. Oh, the mine excavation.
Yeah, I was looking at that like, I think that one does.
Yeah. First time we've had so many projects going at the same time. All right, so I'm just going to take the number off of there. Have mine excavation in the notes here. Nope, not those ones. Actually, I should just close that whole thing. The whole point of the mine excavation, of course, is to bring that mithril vein resource from a scarcity to an abundance. The weapons and armor are still a scarcity, but now there is the source. Of course, mithril and other ores can be used for things besides weapons and armor.
Yep.
Abundance.
Pretty much now we can actually start another project for weapons and armor and have it go probably a lot faster and get both of those into an abundance.
Oh yeah, definitely. All right, so I'm just going to put that down there as also a note. Who had started that excavation? Or do we recall? Is there more to be said about, hey, we found more ore?
Probably me.
Which one?
I
The
think
mithril?
it was
mine
either you or
excavation.
me.
Yeah. It feels like something I would have said because it's about the mithril.
Right. You definitely have made that a priority. Would you say then, is there anything we would want to add on to that, or have we pretty well covered the whatnot?
They know that the mithril's not going to run out. And after doing the excavation of the mine, they realize that the vein is actually quite long and deep.
So deep. Alrighty then. Well, that is awesome. So we've got the abundance there. That dings down the projects for this draw and this turn. Mr. Goose, discovering something new, holding a discussion, or starting a project?
Starting a project.
Oodalolly, what a day. Well, you get to draw on the map, so can you please draw your location as well as telling me what that project is?
Newly extracted mithril. They have the smelter. They're gonna start making weapons and armor.
All right. That will turn that into abundance. I wouldn't say that that project is going to take too long. The techniques are there. Now there's abundance of resources. I think it's just a matter of pumping that shit out. I don't know what your thoughts are.
I'd like it to be at least 3. As they figure out what
I just
weapons
had
work good for
deja
them and
vu.
what armor. Yeah.
Sounds about right to me. Thoughts, gentlemen?
Sounds fine to me.
Cool, cool. All right. Any other detail you'd like to add to that project? Might have to do with its conclusion or not.
No. As far as I can think. There's like a multi-stage project going on with the training up the cavalry, getting the weapons for them, and there's supposed to be a project on, not really a project on hiatus, a project to start when available for like a raiding party to go eliminate gnolls, I think.
That was never developed specifically. I think we just had knighthood being trained, then it was open after that.
Yeah, knighthood being trained was the last stage of that 3-part project. First, there was breeding to get war horse, kind of like dinosaurs, and then there was training the animals, and then finally training the people. But I mean, I don't see any reason why they can't go do no war stuff.
Be part of
Yeah.
training. Come back with a null head to prove yourself worthy of the army. Kind of like how the crab go out.
Yep. They don't worry about
Alrighty then.
fuck ups because they won't come back.
It is a good way to ensure prosperity and success of techniques. If you survive, something went right.
Write that shit down.
Alrighty then. Well, with that, it will be Mr. Brian's draw.
Okie dokie. Let's slide the screen back over here so I
Wait a
can
minute.
get the card.
I thought I went after Goose.
I am so sorry. Yes, it is Torfu's turn. I am so sorry about that false alarm, Mr. Brian. I was going
I didn't
left
remember. I was
instead
just
of
like,
right.
sure.
Right, me too.
All right.
All right, yep, Torfu's
Goose,
up.
me, Jim, Brian.
Yep.
Boom. Let's see. Fuck, I can't read that. I'm blind.
Jack of clubs.
Jack of clubs. Jack. Okay. A project finishes early. Which one? Why? If there are no projects, relentless creatures, animosity, and least violence, who gets hurt? Well, we have plenty of projects.
Yep.
So a project finishes early.
You have a handful to choose from.
Let's go with the mithril weapons and armor. And why would be
Geniuses.
penises. Absolutely. Did you finally see the channel setting? Mithril weapons is a lone master craftsman is found half dead in the desert and brought here to recuperate, and he sets up a teaching school for blacksmithing and weaponsmithing and all that as a way to say thank you to the community.
I have a question for you, sir.
Huh.
Is he a dragonborn or an avian or something else?
I was thinking about that. Let's leave it up to chance. Even he's one of us. Odd, he's something else. Oh, he's something else. Let's make him a lizard folk.
Very interesting. Can you
Hence why he
put
was half dead in the
on?
desert.
Can you please put on the map where he was found?
He was found way out here, approaching the cacti forest before falling unconscious.
Oh, that's awesome because that builds into a thing that I'm hoping to. Awesome. All right, so
You love it when things come together.
I do,
It's like a man and a woman.
just like the A team.
Just like the A team.
All right, so I'm just going to put a note out there. Says lizard folk Smith found.
And
And
Master
there,
Smith. Master
Master,
Smith.
Master Craftsman. And since the mithril weapons and armor is now completed, before we tick down any other projects, is the person whoever started that, they get, according to Mr. Goose said earlier, gets to say stuff, or is that covered by the lizard folk guy?
that was covered by you finishing it early, unfortunately. Like the elaboration that says which one and why kind of covers that.
Gotcha.
And I think there's more of those in here too. It's like steal and finish other people's projects.
Yeah,
It's neat. Okay.
very. I like that. All right, well, I know what my turn thing will be.
Then all dice are reduced by 1.
Let's make
Uh,
that happen.
Then I take an action.
Scouts to 2.
I know an action I want, but
Scouts to
I
3.
don't want to do it. Let's go. The discussion is the one where I have to make a statement or question, right?
Yes, sir.
Yep.
A statement, and everyone else adds on to it. A question is everyone adds on to it, and then I finish it up.
Yep.
Can you give me an example of a question?
I will tell you
What is
what
your mom?
I will tell you what my plan was for my turn. My question was going to be, well, okay, mine was going to be a statement actually, but you can put it in the form of a question. My statement was going to be that the lizard folk are pirates and they come from the sea that is to the south. And after that statement, I was going to let you guys fill in more details. So in a question format, I might say, what is a unique thing about the lizard folk pirates that the Master Smith came from? And it would
I'll
let
be
you
right
guys
back. There's
carry it
someone at my
on,
door.
and then
Sure.
I would wrap it up.
All right.
But you could also too be like, hey, what
Lizard
is
folk
a
pirates.
new technology that is developed? And then I would have to say this is the technology, and then Brian would be like, well, they developed because of reason here, and then Goose could be like, but it had the side effect of insert thing here.
Fucking lizard folk pirate. Hey, Goose, what was my lizard folk's name in Nate's game? Started with an A.
Chuck.
Ah, Chuck. That's right. It was just he was called Green. It was just a lizard folk for Green. I should make Ah Chuck. Just cause fuck you. Anyway, all right. So all right. So I'm going to do a question. Actually, hold the discussion, and I'm wait for Brian to get back.
Cool.
But my question, I'll read forward to him, is what resource, beneficial or detriment, is provided by the tower that suddenly springs up on that wall location?
I gotta close some stuff. What wall?
Right
Down
there.
there. Okay.
Would you be so kind as to draw a tower there?
Let me scroll in real quick. Oop. God, having an interactive map where we can actually put like map icons would be really cool. Let's see here. I'm bad at towers. Dude,
I'll make it a point because I know I can find like a bunch of map icons and very easily throw them into the game and have them be like copy pasted. So I might do that. But for now, you're going to have to sketch it like a 5-year-old, like the rest of us.
That's fine. And it springs up right out of the wall. And like, what resource, or is it beneficial or detrimental, does it provide?
Hmm. That's going to be a source of obsidian or darkstone.
Hmm.
I'm going to have it start as a scarcity, so as to keep those Dark Jedi rare. But beyond that, I don't want to steal any more details. So Brian on his turn. Because then it's a benefit and a detriment. It just depends on who you ask. It also potentially, like, it could be taken over and protected, or it could be taken over and utilized. And in that way, like, the main capital is surrounded by sources of darkness, or maybe the darkness leaves the Glass Valley and relocates there, and the heart of darkness becomes like the Fey place, or.
It's a summer home.
Yeah.
You're back, Brian. So my question was, what is the benefit, or no, I'm sorry, what is the resource provided by a tower that suddenly grows up out of the wall right there, and
Bottom left.
and the resource is either beneficial or detrimental?
So on my
Okay.
turn, I answered that resource is obsidian. It is in a scarcity, but I didn't detail any more than that because it's your turn.
Got it. The the tower is also made of obsidian. I kind of like the yes and. Like, the resource is there and you can see it in abundance, but the tower itself is made of obsidian.
That's dangerous. That means like the whole place can channel darkness and evil.
And the doors are large and heavy and require effort to move because they're obsidian. No one understands why it's obsidian bricks. It's a fitted tower. It's a made thing, but it's made of obsidian. Everything in it's made of obsidian.
Nice. That is very cool. There's a lot of potential with that. Definitely an evil stronghold and target for those that channel the dark side. Well, Mr. Goose, what have you to add to that?
Some of the warlocks want to go and settle in there. A rival tower for the Clutch Weaver in the north.
The Shade Weavers.
All right. I like that.
Ooh, Dusk Weaver.
So I've
The Dusk
got
Weavers.
warlocks immediately want to
That's
settle there. It is the antithesis of the Clutch Weaver Spire. Brian, I missed what you said, sorry.
The Dusk Weavers.
Oh, that's cool. All right. Well, because that was asked in the form of a question, Torfu, you get to wrap us up on that topic.
Dusk Weavers, huh? Interesting. You're saying dusk and not dust, right?
Yeah, Dusk.
Like
Yeah, that's what I
nighttime.
thought.
That's okay. I tried to say geniuses and it turned into penises. So, I understand the question.
And what'd you add, Goose?
That people want to, warlocks want to go and occupy it, make it a rival spire for the Clutch Reavers.
Oh.
Which is
Magical
cool
arms
since
race.
they're diametrically opposed on the map.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. Let's
We
see
shall have a
here.
tower in the south, the Tower of Darkness.
Where we have all the bitches and cookies. Anyway,
I'm making that canon. Bitches eat cookies. All right, it's in my.
Well, you know what you call women, right? With the
bitches
there's a
and
word
cookies.
you no you call there's a B word you call all women. You say beautiful because bitches love it when you call them beautiful.
Bitches love it. Oh, beautiful.
I thought bitches loved cannons.
We're gonna make
That too.
that. It gives the town an early warning system from any invasion to the west or south of it.
That shit hits tall. They can
That
see through the
shit,
wall.
that shit is tall.
South
Yeah, well,
and
it's spraying
west.
up from the wall, so it's on top of the wall.
Yeah.
Aha.
I'm going to move the drawing a little bit just so that that is clearly
Move
on
away.
the outside. That's all I wanted to do. And then make sure that that is on the map layer so I don't further mess with it. Awesome. All right.
I will be right back. Gotta go tell Alyssa to go to bed. She's
Go
been
to bed,
watching.
Alyssa.
She's watching TV long enough.
Oh,
And I think that's the end of my turn, right?
si, senor.
Roger that.
Oh, darn.
Between your turns, take a look at the custom class that I threw your way in a PM, Mr. GM, and let me know if it's approved, denied, or approved with changes. But I mean, not right now.
Cool.
Way.
Like the concept. We haven't created those existing heavily
It's
in the
coming.
world. It is
It's
implied.
coming. It's
All
coming.
right. Cool.
I've already been thinking about it. It's coming.
All right. I'll say probably, but yeah, I'll look at the details and see if anything is stupid, but I doubt there'll be a problem. All right, so. Oh, I got the ace. I was looking at the king option. All right, so the community becomes obsessed with a single project. Which one? Why? Choose one. They decide to take more time to ensure that all is perfect, which will add 3 weeks to the project die. They drop everything else to work on it. All other projects fail.
Yo.
Hold a discussion about this vision in addition to your regular action for the week.
It's 3 weeks. Let's see here. Oh, that means all the scouting fails. Oh shit.
Oh, that would mean that all the scouting, the glass making, the roads, the night training, the farms. So I'm not going to do that. You know what I think I actually want to expand and make super awesome and better is the yeah, screw it. I'll make it the farms. So I haven't yet gotten to marking them down because that is happening after this, so it'll still be able to be marked down. Um, they really wanted to ensure it's perfect. I'm supposed to hold a discussion about it. So my statement is that their farm plots in the desert, well, we already have irrigation. We've talked about that and their spiralness. Okay, I'm just going to say that there is a couple of unique vegetables or fruits or source of otherwise that can be grown with those plots that is going to be unique to the desert and to the Dragonborn, to no one else. Could be the source of a spice or a wine or something later, but a base thing. And that is going to be my statement. It is awesome that Brian is next because Brian is the desert lord. So for you to be able to define a fruit and a vegetable or a couple of unique resources that the farm produces because of the desert situation, again, unique to the community, the race, the region. I'll let you take that ball and run with it, sir.
One of the fruits is a type of fruit that would grow off a cactus. And prolonged exposure to it is integral in maintaining a long life. In other words, you'd see a 25% increase in your lifespan by having it, which means
Ooh,
that you can
natural
stay,
antibiotics and antioxidants.
yep, that kind of thing there. Um, it prevents aging, all of those things, and not forever. Just it stretches each. Like your youth gets a little bit longer, your middle age would get a little bit longer, and of course your end years would be a little bit longer.
Sure, I like that. All right, so special cactus fruit will give increased lifespan. Nice. Mr. Goose, what would you add on to that?
The only thing I heard was there's a fruit.
Yes,
It does
so
special things.
yeah.
I don't know what we're doing.
So the card that I pulled made me push ahead or push a project back for the sake of perfection. Otherwise, all other projects would fail. So I chose to extend the farming plot, and it produces unique things for the region, for the Dragonborn Empire, et cetera, et cetera. And that was my statement to leave open. So Brian chose that one of the things produced is a special cactus fruit that increases lifespan, has natural antibiotics and etc. to extend all phases of life. Healthy living
I'm
is a
leaning into
staple
that
of the
acai
diet.
berry thing. Just figured I'd kind of keep to the stay on brand.
It works. I like it. I get the impression that like the acai style thing like is also kind of a regional. I was thinking about making it actually be stronger in the east and like it just happened to trickle into the south, or sorry, the west. It happened to trickle into the south through that river. That's why the trees are all up on top of
Could
the
be.
ridge, but not below. Anyway, that's something for later. Yeah. So, Goose, what do you have to add?
Uh, they have to be harvested in a special way.
Do you want to elaborate on that, or do you want to leave that to Torfu?
Leave it. It could be ambiguous if it needs to be.
All right, fair enough. All right. And Torfu, what would you add to close it out?
Ah,
Don't say you have to fuck the cactus.
no, but that's kind of where my mind went.
These are not the
I
penis
know.
aisles. The cactus fruit is not shaped phallically
No,
either.
I was like they have to be harvested naked or some shit like that. But no, I ain't
Oh,
gonna do
I
that.
knew it.
Let's see. I'm stick with dick in it. Now let's see here. So they produce a different type of fruit now, and they have to be harvested a certain way, and that way is uh fuck. I don't know. How are
Well,
exotic fruits harvested
Make it
usually?
Goose said that that could be left ambiguous, so you could always choose like something else, like, oh, the cactus fruit isn't the only thing the farm plots produce. They also produce this special grass that's good for making spices or something. I don't know.
Oh, I got it.
Fruit or
So
vegetable or yeah, whatever.
because a passing bird shat a seed or some such, who knows how it happened. Um, a jujube tree started growing, and so they want to make sure that's farmable. You know what a jujube is?
Nope.
not a clucking clue.
Let me post the wiki for you. Here you go.
I'm excited to see where this goes.
Dun, dun, dun.
Okay.
Oh, it's a date kind of thing.
Okay. Dates.
An edible oval drupe, when immature, has a consistency and taste of an apple with lower acidity, maturing to purple brown to purple
Oh yeah, and they got a little nut
black,
in there. Okay, and you can turn them into.
and
Got it.
eventually wrinkled, looking like a small date. They have a single hard kernel, similar to an olive pit, containing two seeds. Modern cultivated jujubes have kernels a little larger than those of wild ones, and
Lots of
you can
energy,
see
lots of carbs.
you can see a picture of the fruit down on the
That's a
bottom
lot
right.
of. Honestly, that's a
Yeah.
lot of proteins still.
1.2
grams.
grams.
Yeah,
1.2.
when they're
I
dried.
must be looking
Yeah,
at the wrong thing. The dried one. Oh, you're looking at the one above it where it's not dried.
Oh
I
yeah,
was
I
looking
was
at the dried
looking at
one.
the fresh. The dried one is 3.7. Yeah. Good for energy, carbs. Nice.
And could also produce a nice red dye from what I can see there.
I believe these were used originally in China. I'm not
Mhm.
sure.
Seeing jujube cakes seem pretty dope.
So there's culinary, there's traditional Chinese medicine used to alleviate stress and for sedation.
Wow,
Lots of
that's the beginning
extra,
of sedation and medical treatment.
indeed. Timber is also is sometimes used for small items such as tuning pegs for instruments. Interesting.
So fine woodworking.
It's a
Yes.
shrub. Yeah.
Nice. All right, cool. That is an awesome thing. So they
And
will
apparently it's
begin
close to a
jujube
lotus style in
harvest.
Arabic. Interesting. But yeah, they have mentions of an ancient jujube tree in the cities of Al-Qurna in Iraq. Um,
Turkey, I saw mentioned.
yeah, and there's one notion in here about the idea that the tree of knowledge may have been a jujube.
Ah, well, if you believe in fairy tales, yes.
We're making up our own fairy tales.
Indeed. That is the beauty of it all. All right,
All
so
right.
that will end the card pulling. Now I can tick down projects. And I already told you my question is going to be about those lizard folk pirates. You guys are welcome to start thinking about that while I click some numbers. A lot of projects finishing up soon. That is done. That is done. That's good. Alrighty then. So yes, simply my statement is that the the Master Smith that was found at the edge of the cacti forest, he is a lizard folk. He makes up a race of pirates that sail the Southern Ocean, which is off map. Next one up is Brian. I would like to know more.
The Southern
No.
Ocean pirates
Way.
are very closely related to seafaring samurai, and they come from a culture of that, and that's where the sword techniques and the other things that the guy who was the master smith inhabited.
Cool.
But imagine pirate-based samurai. It's still very honor-related culture,
Okay.
but they sail and conquer.
Kind of a survival of the fittest kind of honor system.
Yep. Certainly the strongest win, that kind of thing. But honorably going about it. They have no problem crushing a culture. There's just rules to it.
Yeah, they're not dicks about it. Not so much the raping and pillaging, but the conquering part.
Yeah, it's like, look, if you don't want to go along with it, we'll just kill you, and then your women will have no choice. So, plan A or plan B, buddy.
I would say the Dragonborn community probably safe from that due to all of the natural things, and plus you're on the main continent, so likely that is done out on the ocean and islands and stuff. But to be seen, perhaps they raise an army and are a bigger threat. We'll see what happens with that. Mr. Goose, you are up next. What do you have to say about these honorable samurai-esque lizard folk pirates?
A portion of the fleet was hit by a typhoon, and they are now scattered along the coast.
Ooh. That's a good way to bring them up.
And that's how he got here. And he decided to scout. And that's why he went to the desert. The schmuck.
All right, cool. And Torfu, what have you to add?
They are not from another continent or a coastal city or anything like that. That they hail from a volcanic archipelago, specifically.
Archipelago.
In the middle of the ocean or sea, whatever the hell you have down there.
Just a big hill.
I'm just gonna write island chain because I can't spell archipelago for the life of me right
It's
now.
okay. If you want, you could simply write a tafu.
Yeah, I'm good.
And that's not even a joke. There's actually an island out there called Atapu, which is the ring of a volcano sticking out of the ocean. And that's the entire island.
That's how you spell
I wouldn't know about it except during World War II. My stepdad was stationed on that particular island. There's a couple of funny stories I got.
All right. Well, that pirate culture may or may not be expanded upon later. They exist. They're in the seas south of the continent, so they're not necessarily a main feature, but I just kind of wanted to have that be a thing and establish that there is a Southern Ocean. I like the volcanic archipelago part. They make for good adversaries during role playing. All right, I believe that that is going to conclude my turn. Mr. Brian is up.
All right. Card time.
Drawing the card, drawing the card.
The best of times.
Well,
The cardiest of times.
don't the things tick down?
Already got it.
Oh,
That happens before the discussion or project, etc.
gotcha.
The
So, King
King.
Clubs. Who got shoved to the back?
All right. A natural disaster strikes the area. What is it? Choose one. You focus on getting everyone to safety, remove an abundance, and a project fails, or you focus on protecting your supplies and hard work at any cost, and several people die as a result. Ouch, indeed. Projects that are going are the avian scouting west and east. There's glass making, there's roads, there's night training, and there are farm plots. Heads up, the night training is for the animals. We still have the third phase to complete there. That would just start that one over since it's a multi-tiered project. Or you can reduce the
I'm
population a
trying
whole
to.
bunch.
Yeah.
A natural desert disaster too, something appropriately fitting for that.
Okay. We're gonna save the people. The uh, the project that's going to get wrecked because it's the one that makes more sense to me to, not because I want to, because I really want to see it finished. Unfortunately, is the roads. It's an earthquake.
Ah, that is very fitting. Massive
It's an,
earthquake
and
ruins
I kind of
road
see it
project.
like it actually divides. So let me zoom out a little bit so I can draw this better. Hit this freehand, and I'm going to change the color to like red,
Red is
so it'll
good.
stick
That'll
out.
stand out. Yeah.
So from here, oh, did it not draw the thing?
I see no drawing.
Okay, 1 second. Sorry.
That is okay.
There we go. There's stuff.
Just learned something very neat. I thought Jim Carrey was retired.
I think he still works a little bit.
Keeps coming
He's
back.
starring in a live-action Jetsons.
Well, I think I saw
That's
that
fantastic.
too.
Yeah, I'm kind of interested to see that.
He could do it.
Yeah, he could. Good actor.
I think he did retire for a little bit and then decided to only be doing passion projects.
Oh,
Kids
that's
movies.
awesome. That's true.
That's why he came back for the Sonic movies because he really enjoyed playing Eggman.
He was good at Eggman.
He was really good at fucking Eggman. I think that's what he's doing now. He's only gonna do things he will actually enjoy and has enough freedom to enjoy it in his own special fucking way.
Right.
All right. So that Great Divide there, does that have a name that you wish to apply?
Yep. We're going to call it Heaven's Wrath.
Oh, that's cool. I like how that fits into things and stuff. Also, too, I just now noticed that Dark Tower makes a triangle between the darkness and the clutch weavers and then the temple.
Mm-hmm.
And that divide
So,
separates. Yeah, the clutch weavers are on one side, tower on the other. I like that.
It deliberately lines up to the lightning crevasse because when it tears through, as the ground rips apart and splits, because we all know that lightning actually comes up from the ground and goes upward. and that it doesn't generate in this cloud and go down. So as it rips apart all the way from the lightning crevasse to the other wall was an example of the lightning tearing through the entire thing and the ground ripped up from the explosion and then separated a bit. And that's why the road project failed,
Interessante.
because it would have to be redone completely based on that.
Oh yeah.
Well, the roads are done. They just got to make a bridge now.
Yeah, basically. Now
Well,
you
and
have a
there's
bridge project, bridge and roads.
tied into that bridge project should be a special one to fix that whole irrigation issue that is now created.
Yep.
I'll count that
Very true.
all in one. Awesome.
Learn about aqueducts, folks. Let's go.
It's an aqueduct bridge.
Yeah,
It's a bridge ducking.
very cool. All right,
A
so
bridging.
with that having been answered, and that was the king, so we have, oh, I need to remove an abundance. Well, Brian needs to choose an abundance to be repealed.
Okay, and this will be part of the repair stuff and whatnot that will probably start to happen because I just tore a big fucking hole through the area.
Yeah,
Salt.
yeah. That was one I was thinking too. Kind of makes sense, and it puts the salt flats. Like maybe there's a couple, but they're on the other side of the divide, so that takes away the abundance and makes it a scarcity. There's no roads to it. There's no easy mining. You have to get through the divide, avoid things in the dark out there. Kind of protects and isolates too, by the way, the temple and the Holy Land from the capital. But I'm sure a project is going to fix that because it's a theocracy. That's going to be high priority. We will cross that bridge when we get there, literally and figuratively. All right. I think I've written a lot of stuff I'm going to save there and then come back. Do 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 do. All right, and so that's right. I was going to take down projects. All right, so there are 3 that are going to be completed. However, this one now becomes knighthood training at 6. This one will go to 1.
Were you grouping knight and paladinhood in the same thing, or was paladinhood going to be a thing that came after that?
Well, because you have the Eldritch Knight specifically talked about, and the
Yep.
research from that going into multi-classing, I don't see why a knight who wields holy magic versus eldritch magic, like those could be tied together, or it could be a separate development. I should leave that to you because it's your desert. So perhaps there might be a project, or you could say, hey, people who are begun knighthood training said, hey, instead of doing the eldritch path, we want to do the holy path, and we can just fill that in. Like that can be a discussion instead of a project because it's your world and it's your turn and you get to decide that right now.
Wait, I thought the knighthood training ticked down. It was 1. Now it's 6 again.
So
I
that
could
was
not.
training the animals to be able to be ridden and
No, we
used
already did that.
as steeds.
Oh, okay.
No, the breeding was the first project. Then it was the turning them into steeds, and then it was now training the knights themselves.
All right.
Um, Now, I believe it was Goose who sent avian scouts west beyond the desert.
Yes.
So, oh, I opened the wrong damn thing again. So used to using Notepad. All right, Notepad. So with that project being completed, what have you to say to wrap that up?
That they found their old living place again and discovered some people that they didn't know they left behind. So they come back with more people. And tales of a land both shattered and abundant with resources.
All right, so I'm going to put Tales of the Land Beyond and I'm going to put TBD because the Western lands are yet to be developed. That'll be somebody's whole province that they get to build. So
Yep.
we will fill that in later, but that is awesome. So that's going to tie world a bit together more in that regard. Awesome. All right, so with the glass making project being completed, um, my thing in closing that up is just that glass making is aesthetic, luxury for trade and art, etc., cultural, because there's such a contrast. Mithril focuses and has focused so much on weapon development that the glass making is going to be the counter to that, just to add flavor to this dragonborn avian culture. That can be jewelry and art and put into architecture and stuff, but it's all about the cultural pretty side as opposed to the we stab you and we resist your stab side. So those are the projects that are done. We've got avian scouting nearly done. Knighthood training is picking up. We've got the farm plots. Divide has happened. Salt flats are no longer in abundance. All right. So at the end of your turn, Mr. Brian, you get to choose between the having a discussion or starting a project or the other one, which you haven't seen in a while, discovering something new.
Clutch weavers discover how to mix iron with mithril and make adamantium.
Um, do you want to, is it going to be focused just on the mithril and iron, or do you want to say that the clutch weavers, the study of these wizards, just unlock widely mixing ores? Or do you want it to be very specific?
Um,
With mithril and iron being one example.
I'm okay with it being a wider as long as the discovery came from the finding of adamantium because of the mixing of iron and uh, mithril. So
Okay.
now there's a reason to explore what other things can we mix and do with.
Okay, cool. That's awesome. So Mr. Goose, what have you got to say? Build onto that.
One more time? I was reading, sorry.
That's fine. The clutch weavers figure out how to make adamantium ore by mixing iron and mithril. And it potentially sparks a large metallurgical alloy renaissance, so to speak.
They find mixing gold and silver has electrical properties.
I like it.
Awesome.
Electricity, huh?
Well, I know what mine is going to be then if Torfu doesn't build on that, but
The fun bit is the actual alloy of gold and silver is electrum.
Mm-hmm.
You let the dog out.
Who?
who?
Let's see.
Is it Aaron?
So what do we got so far this turn?
So far this turn, we've seen a natural disaster happen. An earthquake ruined the project of roads.
Yep.
The Western Avian scouts returned. They had found their homeland in the east, brought people with them, and tales of the land beyond, which are to be determined. The glassmaking finished. It is purely cultural in contrast to military production. So aesthetic, luxury, art,
Yeah.
trade,
Got it.
etc. The clutch weavers. So this is the question that we're on right now that you get to add to. So the clutch weavers discovered mithril and iron being bonded into adamantite. That led to other ore
Okay.
mixing. Very specifically, Goose added that mixing gold and silver has energetic properties, and then I put electrum in parentheses, and that's where we left off.
Metallurgy, huh?
Yep.
Yeah, with a heavy focus on alloys.
Metallurgy with a heavy focus on alloys.
Because now we can basically just say adamantium's an alloy of stuff.
With the increased study of alloys came the understanding of certain metals burning in different colors, and when wrapped with certain chemical processes, are able to ignite into very pretty things in the sky, thus
Greek fire.
creating.
I'm putting in
Oh,
my notes
fireworks.
leads to, and then
Thus,
in all caps I put fireworks.
yep, leads to fireworks, which further develops a cultural um, festivals based around fireworks.
So festivals and holidays is something that we have not shored up. Um, if we don't get into that, then we can make Brian do that as part of his homework because it's his world. But that is a fantastic topic for a question round, which if it comes back to me, I might steal.
Can you put down the Day of the Great Spark?
Day of the Great Spark. I'm putting that in parentheses to finish
That will
that
be
off.
the festival that culminates the invention of the. It'll be the thing they use to celebrate the alloy, the learning about the metals, the chemical thing, the creation of fireworks and adamantium. Because the spark is not just a big colored light in the sky, it's also the spark of ingenuity and creation and other things like that.
All right, so my contribution going to be short and sweet here. This development leads to the specialized classes of artificer, and alchemist.
I see no argument to that.
Yeah, roles in society that had not been fulfilled, but this puts artificers in there, which is way cool because they're fun. So opens the door to some stuff. That's my final. So I think that that will conclude the turn if there's nothing else.
Can't think of anything.
Cool. All right. Well, means we're going to come full circle,
Got our first holiday.
right? Which is funny. And that's not to say that other holidays might develop and be about, like, I'd like to see that great elder who died saving kids from dinosaurs, like that be a legend that develops into a holiday and a heroic figure.
Oh, yeah, there's a statue somewhere.
Right. Yeah. Stuff like that, because that's how shit goes. But anyway, yeah, we'll cross that bridge, of course. All right. I do believe, Goose, it is your turn. Goose has drawn the 7. Two options are A project just isn't working out as expected. Radically change the nature of this project. Don't modify the die. When it resolves, you'll be responsible for telling the community how it went. Hey, there's that steal a project thing. Or something goes afoul and supplies are ruined. Add a new scarcity. While you are pondering, Goose, I'm going to grab, I think, some ice water real quick. But I've got my headphones on; they should reach.
I have some bottled water in the fridge if you just want a quick cold one.
Oh, okay, cool.
Well, there's only 2 projects going.
But no, there's farm plots, there's knighthood training.
Oh, there's 4 parts. And the avian's got 3 projects going.
Yeah, one of those projects concluded, but not the other. It's close.
I think maybe while I'm up, been at it for a little bit. I don't know how you guys feel. You guys want to take a quick 10-minute break?
Oh yeah, no, that'd
Have
be
a
good.
smoke, use the bathroom, etc. All
Sure.
right, cool. That'll give Goose some time to figure out what project you want to steal.
Bitches love cannons.
Go outside.
Yeah, we good. Good night? Yeah. I know, it's your toy. I know. Yeah.
And I am back for those who can hear.
Ugh.
Welcome back.
I never left.
Okay. I think I will do the knighthood training. I have a fun idea for when that finishes.
Taken over the knighthood.
You can kiss my ass.
That's my ass.
Kiss my
So,
ass.
at this
I
point,
waited fucking 12 weeks.
He just comes on over here and hickeys a night, and next thing you know, it's all about sex and boobs.
we. So
Prostitute knighthood.
the beasts have been bred. They have been trained. Now the knights are being trained to work with them. How are you taking over this project, sir?
You
The-
didn't implement an APS report.
Nope. They find out that writing them and training them is difficult. And via some uses of magic and prayer, they find that the dinosaurs are a lot more intelligent than they thought. So they figure out that they actually have to be, what's the word?
Like
Bonded?
bonded?
Bonded, yeah.
And is that like a friendship, or is that an actual magical thing that happens, or spiritual, or something?
A little bit of both.
That would lean into paladins the way they used to get a paladin horse at a certain point.
Mm-hmm.
Except these ones get raptors with laser beams.
Solar powered laser beams. That, solar glasses does the shit, yo.
They got God, anime, and dinosaurs on their side.
Yeah. May want to step back and pick someone else.
All right, cool.
Don't
So,
start none, won't be none.
with that being number 7 there, so you'll have to tell us how that goes when that completes. There is avian scouting to the east beyond the desert. There is training that now will tick down by 1. And farm plots, now down to only 2 weeks remaining. All right, so for a fun thing to add to the east, so since they did return home from the west, I'm going to say that the avians lived, but their fate is unknown. So they did not return from the east scouting. But when we develop the Eastern nation, somehow the avians will have survived there, at least to some extent. Maybe they're seen as adversaries, maybe they're enslaved, maybe they are awarded godhood. Who knows? That is yet to be developed. That's all I have to add, and I think that that is the only thing that completes that turn. So, Goose, it is on you to discover something new, develop a project, or hold a discussion.
Discover something new.
Oodalolly, get to draw on the map.
It might be migrational patterns. It might be they just haven't spotted it till now. But they find what is it? Damn it! I can think of the monster. I just can't think of its name.
Well, African sparrows are non-migratory, so not them. European swallows, while migratory, cannot carry 5-ounce
Coconuts.
coconut. It could grip it by the husk. Uh,
Weight to thrust ratio, way off.
Said monster, so I'm really curious as to what comes crawling into the desert here. Or flying,
They discover rocks.
or
Oh, okay, the bird?
Yeah, the bird nesting in the top of some of the giant cacti.
ooh, the cacti forest, nice.
Yeah, rock's no joke, man. It's like a condor had steroids and cocaine.
Yeah, for sure. I like too that you added that it's from the migratory pattern, because that means we get to pepper them in elsewhere. They have flown all the way south for the winter. And that provides a resource if people are into chicken
Hunting.
meat or eggs or.
Daddy
Of
wants his
course,
fajitas,
maybe the rocks are predatory. That might be something
and they
to
hunt at
figure out and
night.
deal with. Ooh, that's a thing. um, but yeah, that's awesome. So new discovery, you're welcome to draw that into the map, or I can just put words in there. Oh, you do. You have little yellow birds down there. Aw.
Yep.
All right, I'm going to add a little bit of text. Just to say rocks migratory.
Man, those eggs are fucking huge.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Scrambled eggs just became, wow. I just started thinking to myself, like, oh no.
Oh, yeah. All right, so then I believe that that will end the turn for Mr. Goose and bring us to Torafu.
took my thing. You bastard. So, right. Draw cards first, correct?
Hey, at
Yes,
least I
sir.
didn't fucking delete it. I just altered it.
Eight of clubs.
Oodalolly.
Someone sabotages a project and the project fails as a result. Who did this and why? Yeah, fuck you. If I can't have it, you can't. No. Someone is caught, or someone is caught trying to sabotage efforts of your community. How does the community respond?
Ooh, this could develop some crime and justice
Laws.
law stuff. Yeah.
Let's go.
Uh, let us do.
I like too that it comes from attempted sabotage. It almost makes the thing important or sacred or something if laws are being developed about it.
Well, there's only two projects actively going. The farm plots knighthood. I don't see anything else. Is that correct?
That is correct, but it does say efforts of the community, doesn't say specifically project. So you
Yeah, so
could
you could
make
just
it,
wing it and go in a whole
yeah,
different direction.
good and
Let's,
Maybe even
goosh,
suggest a new
wing it.
thing.
Someone is trying to sabotage the. Let me scroll in here. The luminarcate of the Twin Pillars Cathedral in the north.
So are they sabotaging the institution, the religion, or the
The
building itself?
well, they're trying to bring the building down.
Oh, wow. So
And let's see here.
terrorists, like religious terrorists, attempt to take down. Maybe that could be the first strike of the Obsidians or something else.
The Naga. Oh no,
But
but it has to be someone from the community, right? It has to be someone who betrayed the
yeah,
community.
well,
how
no,
does
not
the community
necessarily.
respond?
How does the community respond? Someone is caught trying to sabotage efforts of the community. How does the community respond?
All right, so someone's caught. It doesn't necessarily mean that they have to be a member.
Yeah.
Unless you get the impression that it's implied because it's someone.
It responds by formulating a judicial system to punish people that are caught breaking the law.
All right.
And so laws will start to be developed.
I like how late that comes, like how cooperative and productive this community has been for centuries. And then some dicks went and tried to destroy the temple, and they're like, all right, all you naysayers and ne'er-do-wells.
This is why we can't have nice things.
Right.
Cool. All right. Awesome. That also leaves open opportunity for discussion to further define those laws, or leave it open and make it part of Brian's homework at the end. As we are moving on. So with that, we've got some projects clicking down. Farm plots are almost done. Knighthood training at 4.
And then my
And that's
next
it.
bit is
You get
I am going
to,
to
yes.
hold a discussion and ask another question. The natural disaster that caused the Heaven's Wrath Great Divide has awoken two ancient dragons that were sleeping and guarding their clutches. What color are they? One metallic, one metallic, and one chromatic.
I mean, I know what I want to say.
I will. Which one do you want, metallic or chromatic? Because I'll make the other one. Since the questions go in order and you have something in mind, what is your idea?
All right.
Or do you want to hear mine? Because I was thinking of like a yin and yang kind of thing. So if you can
So,
build on
okay,
that.
you and I are actually on the same page. The
Yes.
desert, there is a specific dragon that hangs out in the desert. Two specifically. One is chromatic, one is metallic. And it's the blue and the bronze tend to hang out because that's where the lightning stuff happens.
Ooh, I like it. Ties in the lightning crevasse. The bronze ties in more the desert living and in the divide itself, perhaps even.
Yeah, the main way I've been thinking about the lightning crevasse like all week, um, and the closest this can always be changed or something because we have another turn come up and someone comes up with some bullshit or something.
Right, right.
But my thought was they talk about how layer actions will showcase the presence of a truly powerful creature like a dragon. And what if the lightning crevasse happened because one moved into the area and no one knows?
Ooh. So that ties the Heaven's Wrath and the Lightning Crevasse together because of like a balance shift or the proximity of those two great forces or something like
Yep. So I
noise.
was thinking blue and bronze end up in the area.
That is awesome. And thematically, please correct me if I'm wrong, but blues are typically evil and bronzes are typically good, right?
Correct.
As a default. So then that already
Mhm.
creates, yeah, like some yin and yang, fits the setting here. That is
You'll see
amazing and
more.
perfect.
You'll see more lawful and neutral evil of the bronzes, and sorry, of the blue, and bronzes will be more lawful good and neutral good of the
Nice.
good alignment.
That is cool. All right. Well, yeah, I really dig that, and I'm cool with both of us because that's the train of thought I was on as soon as he said that. I just want to ask again for Torafu to clarify before we come back to Goose here. Are those ancient dragons? Like it awakens two kind of parental figures, or is it just the
Yes.
species?
Two ancient dragons
Okay.
awaken. What colors are
Nice.
they? Because they were
Nice.
guarding their clutches.
Ooh, let me add that in. Guarding clutches, because that means eggs, that means more. All right,
Mm-hmm.
so, and because it was asked in the form of a question, Torfu will be able to kind of close things up. But first, Goose, what would you like to add to the dragon situation?
The bronze dragon immediately somewhat adopts the people.
I suspect there might be more bronze dragonborn in our community than we think. Just saying.
Becomes like a wise sage kind of thing.
I'm pretty sure he'd probably get a position in the church. You know,
Probably.
given one of the pillars is a dragon god.
Yeah, of the metallics, which he is.
Saint Bronzium.
I'm just going to put the ancient blue dragon on the other side of the divide, and that can be further defined because the lightning crevasse is technically on the other side too. Have that more north, ancient bronze dragon more south. I love that the bronze dragon
Clutch Reavers is sorcerers, right?
adopts dragonborn
Wizards.
slash
Wizards.
community.
Your idea, incidentally.
Reverse the placement of the dragons.
Ah, okay. So have the ancient bronze one by the Clutch Weaver, and then ancient
The
blue down
ancient
by the
blue one
Dark
by the
Tower.
Dark Tower.
All right, cool.
All right, so that's what Goose added.
Indeed. So yeah, coming back to Torfu, what are your final thoughts on the dragon situation?
Final thoughts are some of the knighthoods in training take the bonding idea and start trying to bond with some of the dragon eggs. Put a project of
Cool.
that up somewhere.
We
Great
can
practice.
we can say that it has like they're attempting to do so, and then um, that can be tied to the project or can be a new one. I can't speak for it being tied to the project necessarily because I think Goose is in control of that when it finishes.
Mm-hmm.
But it plants the seed for sure. That's awesome.
And it's the turn.
All right, sweet deal. I will draw a card and see what happens. 10 of clubs. Harvest is here and plentiful. Add an abundance, or cold autumn winds drive out your enemies. Remove threatening force from the map and area. So do I want to add an abundance or remove a threat? I like the threats. I don't want to remove them. They add flavor. Are those rocks up at the city ruins?
What?
There's some squiggly lines up there. I'm not sure what that represents.
Oh, that's the
Oh, they're
Naga
coming
bomb.
out.
Oh, okay. That's right. Yeah. That.
That's why they're above the word Naga.
Naga, please.
Duh.
Duh.
I mean,
All
didn't you see the way
right.
the line was, shifted?
You see, there are more S's for snake
Like a
Ins-
tilde?
instead of V for verd.
I'll be right back. I gotta grab a soda. I'm thirsty.
Soda grabbing. I am going to add an abundance because of the Great Divide and with guidance from the Bronze Dragon, an abundance of crevasse fungus.
There's fungus in your crevasse.
I knew that was coming. Farm plots are going to finish. Knighthood training is going to go down.
Back.
Because that kind of is also a discovery, I'm going to make it a question, and I really want to talk more about the law stuff, but I also want to know more about the fungus. I think law is going to win. All right, so my question is going to be, between the three of you, creating a scale of punishments, I would like to know how the most significant and insignificant crimes are punished. That can be exile, that can be indentured servitude, that can be paying fines or whatever. I'm going to leave it up to you guys to decide. Brian gets to kick that off. Um, but yeah, so the question is punishment for the most severe and least severe crimes.
Okay. The law for the because I see in this society what might be considered severe may not be considered severe in, say, our society.
Exactly. Yeah, that's why it's cool that you're the first one to answer because, yeah, that consideration can be completely different elsewhere.
Um, the severe crime is the worship outside of the pantheon. So any form of
Nice.
exchange with an extraplanar entity outside of the approved triad.
So that means that warlocks would be outlawed.
Well,
And
hold on.
that's kind of a
Um,
development in response to the sabotage of the Luminarcade. Because
and
that's where the
this will
law
tie
stuff
into
came
all of
from.
that here in just a second.
Yeah.
The punishment is twofold.
Okay.
First fold, registration. You
Okay.
have to register yourself after you pay your penance. It is like living as a what's the best way to describe it?
Pariah.
An immigrant who will never naturalize.
Ah, Scarlet Letter.
In the sense
Treated
that
as outsider.
when you move, you have to check
Non-citizen.
in at the nearest temple facility. If you change jobs, they want to know. If you become an adventurer, they want to know. If you don't tell them when you get back, like, hey, I got this loot, here's your 10% tithe. If you don't do the things, the punishment could potentially be exile. It'll depend on the infraction leading up to include exile with nothing, only, your basic clothing, and then you leave the community and figure it out on your own.
I like that. So essentially, the punishment is registration or exile. And if you don't choose exile, you're kind of still a non-citizen, like considered an outsider.
Now,
Awesome.
the lightest one is the reason for why the clutch weavers are cared about in the church. Having thoughts about the study of the magic or extraplanar forces, whether through a divine or arcane nature, lends you have to take the onus for your research. So just because you read a book and it summoned a demon by accident, you can kind of see where the problem lies. You have to get a license to study magic. If you're natural born, it typically happens before you're even 3, and it's not something you even notice. But you have to acknowledge that you are a person who can study the arcane arts, but you're not doing it through the faith. And the punishment for that is typically like people forget that card, don't renew it, all that other kind of bullshit you would think of. And it's really just fines. It can eventually you'll get locked up, or we'll just start taking your belongings until you pay it off, kind of thing. It's never worse than that. It's always just a fine. But you got to figure out how do they get money and resources and things to continue to pay for some stuff. It's these little projects and these little laws that are some of the revenue generating thing of the empire.
Nice. I like that. And it plays up into the religious and magic practicing, how the two are kind of bonded and there are different facets. And It's kind of establishing like if you have an outsider who's promising you power for your soul, you're probably a bad guy.
And you'll notice that there's a lot of symmetry between the higher crime and the lower crime.
Mhm.
But that the wizard said, "Hey, we're going to cut this shit off at the pass. Look, if we want to study things that might allow us to make fireballs, but we don't pray for it, can we just sign a ledger so you know who the fuck we are?
Right, yeah.
And then like we'll donate like 25 gold a year to the church. Sound good? Or whatever the fee is in case we need to study something, you know." They're like, "We'll just pay a fee, help you out, and maybe we can share resources." And the church is like, "That's great. You're going to police yourselves, and then we'll have someone check with." Sure, no, I love this idea.
Cool. Alrighty. That is very cool. So then, Goose, how would you add on to that as far as the development of laws?
Well, the original question was what? What's the punishment for the most severe and least severe?
Crimes, plural, yes. So, what Brian has illustrated very specifically as it relates to magic and worship. When it comes back to me, like I was thinking, personal disputes are settled by duels. That's going to be my final thing if somebody doesn't steal it when it comes back around to me.
Yeah, I
But
just figured
Goose
we'd
and
all invent
Torfu are
some
there
kind of
first.
law or process or something. Like here's a high process and a low process, or here's a high law and a low law.
Yeah,
And we could kind of develop the legal system and save me homework.
yeah. But those answers too, since they very specifically have to do with worship and magic, maybe there's something about property rights or economic or. Yeah, it's wide open
Hmm.
for again. Goose, you are up in that regard. I did not see the muted or a BRB. Goose, are you with us?
I'm here.
Oh, okay.
Hmm. Eggs are considered sacred. Anyone found harming them in any way is liable to death. The only
Does
exception to this is clutch weavers.
and that's for
Because they
research
sign,
properties.
yeah, research, and they have a license. You'll have to pay for a license. That's part of that lower law.
Oh, that's how originally they got created, as someone fucked with eggs.
Right?
Hmm.
That's true. All right, and
And
my
they don't know if
question is
they're
to follow up with that. Does that come to animal eggs too? Like, because dinosaurs lay eggs, the rocks
Or the
lay eggs.
rocks.
I don't think that the gnolls lay eggs. The naga might lay eggs, so there's a complication too.
yeah, sure. I
Cool.
like that idea.
I'm going to put in all caps, all eggs are sacred.
All except for chicken because it's delicious.
Oh, okay, now we haven't yet established chickens. I guess that would fall in the category of rocks. But what I was going to say is if a dragonborn travels to another land and they get served eggs for breakfast, there is immediately a fun conflict to develop from that.
All right, I'm going to add on. That law only applies to things of intelligent species.
Okay,
Do
well,
you
that
include
takes away what
animal
I just
intelligence?
said.
Like if someone, because you're thinking the same thing I'm probably thinking. Like, well, why did we introduce rocks if they're not going to be able to have eggs
No,
and
not
chicken
my problem. It's your
or
world.
rockin'? I don't know what else to call it.
So all eggs of intelligent species are considered sacred.
Yes.
All right, so dragons, dragonborn, the bird people. I don't know if the lizard man could mate with the dragonborn, but we'll figure it out.
Well, lizard folks do lay eggs.
Oh, well then, sold.
That's a whole other thing. It would be cool if they couldn't. Like if lizard folk are so different from dragonborn and avians that, same with Naga, like those species are so far apart that they no longer can interbreed. But I suppose it's a discussion or a discovery or a project to be added on to later. As far as this category goes, yeah, I'm just going to steal my idea of personal disputes are settled by duel. Because that's fun. All right, so I am
That really lends into night culture too. It really does.
right. I think that ends my turn. So, Mr. Brian, it is your turn to draw a card.
Oh wow! I already got back around to me again.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure because that
Alright.
was my turn. Yeah.
No, that's fine. I was just surprised. Three of clubs, whatever that is.
You have two options. Someone leaves the community after issuing a dire warning. Who and what was the warning? Or someone issues a dire warning, the community leaps into action to avoid disaster. What is the warning? And start a contentious project that relates to it.
Okay. Um, let's see. So somebody leaves after issuing a dire warning. Who and what is the warning? Or someone issues a dire warning and the community leaps into action to avoid disaster. What is the warning?
Yeah, so you can have somebody start a project over it, or they can just be like, hey guys, I'm out of here because insert here is about to hit the fan. Or it could even be like, ah, if you make eggs sacred, then insert problem here, or whatever. I don't know. It's your problem, not mine.
Okay. Um, a mid-level clutch weaver leaves the order. And after he explains that there are so many neutral entities out there that could be leveraged for the community, if we don't learn to work with people, we're going to screw ourselves in the long run because there's an entire world out there. You guys don't understand. I've had visions. He moves to the Obsidian Tower and multi-classes as a warlock. His former order rejects him at this point. Publicly rejects him. He bonds with insert entity here that is not necessarily evil, but approaches it via a warlock pack. In other words, insert a new type of warlock, like the Divine Soul Sorcerer is an example. Like maybe he bonds with the Solar, but typically those would go like church-based things, but this one didn't. Or it's
Okay.
another type of. But I was thinking potentially, what if the ancient dragon provided a form of warlock? So the ancient blue dragon is the patron. And so he's that kind of powerful. He's on par with at least a devil who could make himself a patron, or something else that could make himself a patron. Again, ancient dragon.
So that makes that's starting to create deeper lore for the world, in that dragons are, at least the ancient ones, are kind of potentially deified, potentially primordial entities that help
Yep.
and guide, develop. Ooh, I like that. Um, Something to think about. Maybe part of your homework when you specify. I'm curious what like patron for what warlock specialty that the ancient blue dragon would replace. We have Fae, we have the old ones.
Um,
Opens up a lot. And again, you don't have to, I don't think you have to define that now. You can if you want, but it is
I
definitely
would
something
say
to
they
think about.
replaced the fiend.
Ah, excellent. All right.
And so if there was a way, like, imagine having a, like, instead of force blast or whatever they call that thing that warlocks tend to do so much.
Eldritch
Eldritch
Blast,
Blast.
yeah.
That's it. Maybe it's draconic blast, and because it's a blue dragon, it's lightning. The spell itself doesn't change at all. It's still, 3 bolts of whatever, or 2 or 1, depending upon your level.
Yeah.
But maybe
I
there's
like
like a
that.
slight bend to it there.
Yeah, I like the flavor. So in my notes here, I have replace Fiend and then lightning-based Eldritch Blast, etc. Because
Yeah.
there are other things that might develop from that. All right, cool. So then, and he goes off and leaves the Clutch Weavers. Um, I guess we'll find out more later. Like, why would the Wizards of the Spire and or the Ancient Bronze Dragon be like, don't worry about the outside world? Like, why are they isolationist? And why does the Clutch Weaver, who gets these visions of the outside world, like what compels him to leave? Why is that a consequence? That's a fun thing we might define later. But again, TBD.
Hmm.
So then, where are we with projects? There's only one project currently active. Night training goes down to 2 left. And so that was quick. At the end of your turn, Mr. Bryan, would you like to discover something new, hold a discussion, or start a project?
I would like to hold a discussion this time.
Ooh, what have you got for us?
That seems like a big public schism that would be talked about for time. Um, I would like to discuss the ramifications of a wizard deliberately changing over to being a warlock and moving into the other tower officially as the first canon resident. Um, Even though other warlocks were drawn there, this person may become the head of that tower for I don't know how long. Um, how does that go? What happens? Is it confrontational, or were they really trying to help and warn everybody, and just decided that there was another power that had that answer, and that's where they went? All those kinds of things. Let's discuss.
All right, cool. Well, I know what mine's going to be unless it gets stolen. Goose, you're up. Goose quack.
Sorry. Was responding to somebody.
Come to Butthead.
It is your turn. Essentially, Brian has, on his turn, just to quickly summarize, there was a dire warning issued. A mid-level Clutch Weaver had visions of the outside world that compelled him to move to the Dark Tower, entered into a multi-class as a Warlock Wizard. He was rejected by society and the Clutch Weavers, is bonding with the new patron, who is the ancient blue dragon itself, replacing the fiend category for warlocks of this region. They'll have lightning-based Eldritch Blasts and etc. as many fun tweaks as we might need to homebrew for that. The question that Brian has asked is, what are the ramifications of the wizard leaving the order and housing at the Dark Tower? Yes.
It brings to light that the Clutch Weavers is the only magical based organization in the area that one can willingly leave.
So that means warlocks and clerics, and by extension, like eldritch knights or paladins or etc., things that are developed, only the wizards are able to voluntarily retire.
Yeah. The Eldritch Knights are wizard based, so they're part of the Clutch Weavers.
Oh, okay, cool.
Yeah. They're not warlocky like the name would
Yeah,
imply.
they use wizard stats to make their things do stuff.
Oh, okay.
They're night wizards.
Very much night wizards.
I was thrown off
So
by the
smart
Eldritch Knight
strategists.
title. Yeah,
Yeah, it
All right,
throws
cool.
everybody off.
Of course. All right, awesome. So that also too like puts in like a hardcore dedication for those who aren't clutch weavers. Like they are spiritually dedicated and joined for life, and that is a cool thing too. Just in contrast there.
Or it
Um,
also sheds light on what if they want to leave and they just can't.
Too bad. That would be worship outside the pantheon, so they have to register or exile. All
Now you
right.
know where the law came from.
Yeah, all come circle. All right, Mr. Torfu, what have you got for us on that topic?
Hmm. The one went on?
All right, so a wizard of the Clutch Weavers left.
Mm-hmm.
Told
Yeah.
everybody, I had visions of the world, and if we don't learn to work together, we're screwed. Goes to the Dark Tower, the Obsidian Tower, and becomes a warlock.
Yep, got all
And
that. And Clutch Reavers is the only one that people are willing to leave.
right, so we're up
That's
to
where we
you
left.
now.
That's where we left off.
Hmm. This creates a schism between the church and the arcane studies of the church being too controlling and attempting to take over the government.
So then the Luminarchite, Arcate, and the Clutch Weavers, for the first time, are at odds.
On political spectrums, yes.
One believes people should be able to retire, and the other one's like, no, you signed up for life. This is a thing. It's a calling.
That's cool. Um, so I just wanted to throw in cause and effect wise and balance and everything that the ancient bronze dragon is like, well, crap. Now I have to offer my power and influence to my people. Otherwise, they're just going to be taken advantage by the ancient blue dragon warlocks. And so the development of the first air quotes good guy warlocks is developed in that form.
Divine souls, sorcerers, or divine. I know there's a divine version for the warlocks that does healing and stuff.
Celestial.
Yeah, that's it. Thank you. And now, if you see a warlock with lightning powers, you can't tell which tower he came from. Basically, a magic arms race between the two ancient dragons.
All right. So yeah, that's all I'm going to throw in there is that, yeah,
Love
to
it.
balance that, celestial warlocks are created. Um, we're not supposed to go too far with these answers. I was going to say that they may or may not be Luminarchite approved, or maybe not, but I'll leave that to Brian and his closing up because, yeah, I don't want to steal too much spotlight.
Oh, it's
Brian,
fine.
go ahead and close us up because it was a question. What is the final word when it comes to these new warlock developments?
The church issues 2 edicts from its current, whatever the current high priest is, or high. Ooh, I love this. I'm going to name the pope. Um, from the current high scale of the church.
High scale.
Yeah, pretty good.
So,
And those edicts are.
And
and
they're constantly trying to fucking change the name.
oh yeah. Um, so the high scale is willing to consider revisionary assessment and member growth. So every 5 years, you will have a review to decide if you still wish to be a member of either Temple or the Clutch Weavers. And if you decide to leave, that is fine. No harm, no foul. You'll be given the same registration rights as if you were still a member of the Clutch Weavers, if that's the organization you're leaving from. If you're leaving from the church, you'll simply be asked to do the same registration as a Clutch Weaver, rather than the constant monitoring that happens from worshiping outside the faith, because you're not outside the faith.
Okay. So that opens it up for multi-classing wizard clerics
Yeah.
and good guy warlock clerics.
Yes, they accept a 4th order because it's being granted by a dragon. These are the people who are designed to publicly find new roads and new ways to improve society. That's what the jobs of the Celestial Warlocks are supposed to be. Morale boosters, figuring out if HR, for lack of a better term, and personal development. So trying to help dragons become the best dragons they can. Secretly, HR doubles for the spy ring. Welcome to Holy Rogues.
I smite for the shadows.
I smite for the I drape you in shadows so that the sun may shine.
I'm going to put Secret Order Rogues and then leave that blank for further development
Further
and
development.
discussion because that's awesome.
God damn it. It needs to be led by Ani Lugogast.
All right, awesome. That brings us, that is a nice development in the political and magic and religious structure. All of those things are tied together because it's a theocracy here. These Dragonborn are the coolest Dragonborn society that I've ever seen.
Ever.
And yeah, this is why I love the Quiet Year so much. After even like this is our second session, but dude. All right,
Oh, I can't wait to play a fucking Dragonborn. And there's so many it'll never really be a good example of the region because as we can see just so far, there's so many choices. There's so many choices.
It'll be fun to develop the other regions, whether they're
I'd love it if
parallels
there was never
or
humans.
distinct things.
Like
I really wanted to save either humans or elves as being the main race of the darkness, like that central tainted area.
I was thinking that was one of my ideas, is
that'll
asking a
come
question,
to be
which
different
major
regions.
race is fully extinct? And I was totally going to make humans or elves.
Oh, I would be on board if humans were the extinct race.
Um,
If like all the fantasy trope flipped on its head and humans were the ancients, and then it led to elves and dwarves and other stuff, and then us.
that's cool too. I've always liked the idea of like things happen, magic external taint, whatever. But humans
Taint.
evolve into the other subraces because of that influence, and they themselves become like a rumored thing. Some humans become elves, some become dwarves, et cetera, blah blah, because of things and stuff. Had some kind of I think that was kind of the premise for the campaign we were starting with the Rifts Fantasy
I think that was,
a
yes.
long time ago.
That was
Pretty sure
kind
that
of that.
was, yeah. Because then I also had influence from the gods, then led to taking those aspects and copying
Take
off
your
of
aspect.
dwarves. Copying off of dwarves became gnomes. Copying off of elves became halflings. Like it went further. And then they
Yeah.
got a hold of the aspect of the dragon to make like scaled kind. And yeah, anyway, I love it. But I digress. That's yeah, we'll tackle that when we get there. Because there was also too the thought of there being the dark elves and or dark dwarves because of drawing in the meteor that caused all this. But that is yet to be established. I think I want to save that for when the dark is developed. And I'm still toying with the idea of whether or not it is collaborative. But that could be fun too, because then we get to take like the side of the whole quiet year thing, but it's evil. So we have to emphasize how much stuff sucks. Or, well, for them it's good, but for everyone else it sucks. Anyway, I digress.
I survive eating on shit, but your cows don't poop, so you have a problem.
Goose, is that number 2 your card pool? Poll?
Yep.
All right, so someone returns to the community. Who and where were they? Or you find a body. Do people recognize who it is and what happened?
Hmm.
Yes.
Right?
You know what? They find a body on the very edge of the desert. And it is one of the scouts from the east.
I thought the scouts from the east came back already.
No, the
No,
West came back.
the ones in the east never did. Their fate was unknown. But
Oh,
yeah, now there's a body found on the
I
edge of the
stand corrected.
desert. Um, what happened?
It's hard to tell.
Well, that creates some troubling. Like that makes it to where when that spreads through society and people know that a scout was discovered, like to the east is danger, whether it's a humanoid threat or biological or geographic. Like something killed this avian, was not able to return. Mystery. Maybe that will be further developed. If that is what you like, sir. You are able to define what happened, whether or not it is even known. So you could say, this is what happened, but no one knows that. Or you could leave it vague for now.
Uh,
Petra Farm remembers.
looks like they were peppered with elemental magics of some variety.
Oh my God. I love that so much because that means that when we develop the East Nation, we're kind of establishing that their magic system is based on the elements rather than celestial things and stuff like that. And that's awesome. I was hoping to incorporate that somehow to have a different magic system in the world, or at least a different source of magic, because I'm not rewriting the rules or homebrewing, but like flavor wise, a different source like elemental focus and worship. Um, so is the death from elemental magic and people don't know, or are you changing your answer to after time they realize that it is elemental magic?
Did you just invent the autopsy?
Huh.
Sure, they can realize later.
Like, look, it looks like he got burned and stuff like. And later, it's like there's traces of magic on this.
Yeah,
Someone was
but
burned with elemental fire.
he was both
Awesome.
dusted, burned, and drowned? How?
Ran
He
into some
burned
small girl who
alive
just said,
with
"Do you know what the Avatar is?"
he
All
burned
right.
alive with his lungs full of water
So I have
in the
later
middle of the desert.
realized it is elemental magic, all forms. All right, awesome. So that is the result of the card draw. We have still only one project, so knighthood training dings down by one, and that brings us to our regularly scheduled programming. What have you got for us, sir, in the way of project, something new discovered, or discussion?
Project.
Let's
And
go.
The avians want a long range option that is other than their own wing power, like the cavalry units. So they start trying to train up rooks.
And who's what now?
Aerial Sky Knights.
Oh.
Basically, the Aarakocra want to ride birds the same way you might get a Minotaur to ride a bull.
Yep.
so
Right,
they
no better
themselves
than
can
a
fly, but they
dragon riding
also.
a terrible lizard.
Oh no! I mean, absolutely. I have black kettles in my house. Don't get me wrong.
So you said that this was a project?
Yeah.
So avians developing aerial
Cavalry.
knighthood or aerial cavalry, I guess is the way to put it.
Naming rocks for riding.
Yeah, rocks for riding. Whether that's cavalry
Um,
or transportation or whatnot, maybe.
okay. Um,
Or rocks for riding. You have a group of them stay here.
all right. So in putting this project in,
I absolutely see this as still a multi-phase project the way the other one was, because you would have to domesticate the rocks to start with.
I'm
Yeah.
wondering if, and this is since the time of the project is a group effort, um, I propose that it wouldn't be as long because they have the process that they used on
Oh,
dinosaurs already.
just
But
slight modifications for birds.
yeah, so maybe
Okay,
it
all
only
right.
takes two phases, or it's just the longest one phase, which is 6 turns. But I would say no more than 2 phases for the sake of they've already kind of established the groundwork, and now they're just doing with another species.
How about 2 phases of 4?
Ooh, I like that.
So rock domestication is 4, and then rock knighthood is 4.
Sure.
Because by the time they get done with domestication, your knighthood training one will actually be finished, and they'll have the results of that too.
Oh yeah, the knighthood training is going to end in 1 turn.
Yep. So toot sweet.
All right, so part 1 is at 4.
And now they have this land-based crevice running through the entire area that they can practice the flying from.
Indeed. All right, very cool. All righty then. So, with that having been established there,
God, I need glasses. I just read Asian cavalry.
um, those are the
I feel
pirates.
dumb.
Asian cavalry.
Yep.
Mixed with the people studying the Eldritch ones, we have now anime girls.
Magic Girl class. Let's go. That's the new warlock.
All right, Mr. Torafu, I do believe we are at card draw for you, sir.
Well,
Well,
fuck.
friendship.
4. 4 is the strongest among you dies. What caused the death? The weakest among you dies. Who's to blame for their death? Ooh. The strongest among us dies. Is
Is
one
it
of
both or one or the other?
It's one or the other.
Okay.
The strongest dies. That would
Can't wait to hear
be
about the battle.
the current head of the church, the Luminati of the Twin Pillars Church.
You mean the high scale?
Yes, the high scale.
Yeah, the high scale dies. And let's see here, what was the rest of it? What caused the death? Cause of death is, or at least blamed on, sorcery.
Let me clarify. It isn't warlocks, it is sorcery, or do you mean warlocks?
Or it is arcane in nature,
Ah,
not divine and not natural.
cool. So that means it could have been a secret conspiracy with the Clutch Weavers because they're trained and there has some strife that has developed, or could be a conspiracy and plot by the Dark Tower, the Obsidian Tower, whatever Brian decides to call that.
Mm-hmm.
Awesome.
Or-
Awesome. I like that.
It could be the Nagas manipulating y'all to fight amongst each other.
Just debating all kinds of shit, yeah.
There's a nice wrench to throw into it.
Yep.
All right.
Let's make them blame this group.
All right. Long running. The knighthood training has finally completed.
I think Goose took that over, didn't he?
He sure
To
did.
do his wild shenanigan time stuff.
So now the way that Goose had changed that, again, just to reiterate that, beasts are more intelligent than thought. Animals must be bonded, and there's some magical, spiritual training and bonding that goes on there. We are coming now to the end of that phase, the entire completion of the Dinosaur Cavalry project. Goose, wrap it up for us. What do you have to say?
That's your cue.
Oh. Not much more than that.
Okay. Can just be everything goes to plan?
Yeah, pretty much everything goes to plan. The rider and the beast are now bonded.
Is the bond empathic, telepathic?
Sure. Telepathic. But you can only be bonded once.
Oh, nice. I like that. That means that, yeah, they're going to take very good care of their steeds. There's going to be a close connection. And if you are a cavalry knight, a part of you dies with that dinosaur when it dies because you're no longer
dude,
in service.
that
Your life
plays
is
into the
now.
link I sent you so fucking well.
Like I said, I'm probably not going to decline that because I'm like, that's awesome.
That it just keeps fucking more and more shit just keeps playing right into it.
That's how perfection goes. All right, so with that project being done, Mr. Torafu, would you like to discover something new, have a discussion, or start a project?
Uh, start a project.
Woohoo! What project is that, sir?
The bonding with the dragon clutches. Fucking after the cavalry and the rocks and whatnot, all of it's kind of put together and everyone's thinking about it. There's a breakthrough, and it leads to the first dragoon classes. And I will post a link for that for you guys, because there's a homebrew class that I have been wanting to play.
I just always think of like dragon versions of Pegasus and stuff like that. I'm like, this would be fucking dope.
There you go.
Now, there is something I want to reiterate when it comes to plans for the overall campaign. Um, with each player kind of being the lord of a region, in theory, like the desert region is Brian's, the next one will be Goose as the primary, then Torfu, and then myself, whether that's the dark region or one of the natural ones. The plan is for you to play a member of the major race of your domain. So we'll want to be sure that when we get to your domain, Torafu, that Dragoon class somehow migrates there or is discovered independently, what have you.
Mm-hmm.
Just wanted to throw that out there. With that being said, in a similar fashion, I'm going to say the exact same thing with the avians. Like when it comes to bonding with the dragoon or with the dragon eggs and such, maybe it's more difficult because of the potency involved. So that could take longer. Maybe there's an extra stage because there's a magical element. What do you guys think as far as the time of the project and how many phases?
At least 6 on each one. This should be really hard to do. Just from a, what's the word I'm looking for? From an OP standpoint, it should be really hard to do. I'm not saying there isn't fun in playing an OP character. We all love it. We all see enough anime about it, or well,
Oh, yeah.
most of us, not you.
Not an OP character, but
the concept itself it's pretty OP to have a bonded dragon of some kind. I'm not.
It's a little dragon.
So, I mean, it's still a little dragon. Sure, I get that, but each section should be at least 6 weeks, regardless of the fact that they have more stuff to work on, because there may be additional magic incantations and other things you have to do in order to make sure your souls get aligned and stuff like that. And unlike the horse and the rock, this one can talk to you.
that
Really talk to you.
It's covered in the link there, sir.
Oh, I pulled up the link for the Dragoon thing.
This is just as far as the process being developed in this region.
Right.
Yeah. So I'm gonna vote. I'm gonna agree with that. I'm gonna say it should still be 2 parts because of building on previous things,
Mhm.
but also agree that it takes a little bit longer. I like that compromise and having 2 parts of 6 weeks each. Are there any objections, Goose and Torafu? Anything to add?
Yeah, it's fine.
All right.
This would probably also open up dragon souled sorcerers and stuff like that. I don't know if we ever touched on that. We might have.
I don't think it should be 2 parts. I think just 6 weeks should be fine. Most of the hard work's already done.
Well, I would agree if the avian cavalry was completed first, but it looks like they're going in tandem because of the timing. That's why I said that it should be 2. What do you think? I don't want to chain that with DM Fiat. That's just my thought process behind it. Your thoughts? Rebuttal? Or
Either way.
here's a thought. Maybe completion of the avian cavalry will allow the active dragoon project to then
Oh,
be
just
pushed
smack it on the
ahead
end of it.
by a couple of weeks or something.
Why not? If you did that, it can't be started until the avian project finishes. But then it's 1 6-week segment.
That I'm going to leave up to Torfu. It is technically his project. What do you think?
No, the 2 6-week segments is fine.
Okay.
All right. I will allow Torfu to make that determination because it's his project. So final word, stamped in notes, good to go. All right, well, your friendly neighborhood Spider-Man gets to draw a card now. Yay. I got the queen. Oh, fuck.
I mean, isn't that what you do with the queen? That's how you get the prince?
Well, yeah, but the king and queen in this one are both bad. Disease spreads through the community. I must choose one. Spend the week quarantining and treating the disease. Project dice are not reduced this week. Or nobody knows what to do about it. Add health and fertility as a scarcity.
Oh, shit.
I am not going to. Now, I really want to make that health and fertility a scarcity because I like the detrimental effect and something negative happening, and historically that's fun. However, there was very specifically projects and discoveries and everything made to improve health and fertility. That has been a theme. So I don't want to stomp on that here in this region because the entire history of the avians and the dragonborn has been all about that health, fertility, etc. So I'm just going to make it easy.
Goes
Say
through and that
project
plan goes
dice
through.
will not be reduced this week.
Totally fine. And we've shown that we're a focused first on community.
Yeah. And I'm just going to leave that open because maybe a discussion later can happen over the disease. Maybe it's vague. Maybe it was something unknown. Maybe it was something genetic. We don't know. Also, we don't know what the cure was. Maybe it was the crevasse fungus. Maybe that was the cause. Maybe it's the cause and the cure. I don't know. Who knows? Who cares? The person who decides to have a project or discussion about it, they can care. But since we are skipping the phase of projects dwindling, I am going to start the project of roads, bridges, and irrigation.
Round 2. Fight.
How how many weeks do we think this should take? Again, they had
I think
already
it should
made
be
some
1
progress
6-week.
on roads, and then the Great Divide happened, so that screwed things up. Now that we're re-exploring it, I do agree. Just
2
keeping it
sets of 2 weeks, followed by 1 set of 6 weeks.
So 2 of 2 and 1 of
One-
6.
Yeah, one's for the roads that will be built upon the ruins of the roads that are already there, so the foundation is there.
mhm.
Okay.
Then the second one is for the bridge to get over the chasm. And the third one, the long one, is to build a functioning irrigation over the chasm
Yeah,
in Roman style arches or whatever.
Yep.
yeah,
Aqueducts.
for
Aqueducts,
sure.
thank you.
I have no objection to any of it. It sounds fine.
That sounds awesome to me.
I have no qualms.
All right. So shall it be put into stone. I agree with your proposals. And I'm just going to put that as 2 and 2 and 6 on the thing because it'll be easier to edit later. And irrigation, I'm going to rename to aqueducts because we technically already have irrigation up to a point. All right, cool. Quick and easy. That's going to be my turn. So, Mr. Brian.
Yeah, you are typically quick and easy.
Yeah, well, I'm lonely and desperate. What can I say?
uh,
It's like I would tell my wife, I'm easy, not cheap.
there you go.
Okay. Oh, card time. Sorry. I'm like, let's do this. Like, why? Where'd the card
It's
go?
on
I
you to
don't know.
do
I
it.
haven't done it. 6 of clubs. Whatever that means.
Hey, hey, hey. Introduce a dark mystery among the members of the community. Or conflict flares up among community members, and as a result, a project fails.
Okay, we're not doing the project fail thing, just flat out not happening.
Okay.
Because I like everything that's happening, and I don't want to fuck up any of it. Because all of your ideas are fucking great, and I want to see them come true.
I'll fuck them all up.
I'm inclined to agree.
I know. That's why it's not your card.
I love the,
all right.
thus far, the creation of this dynamic society is amazing. So I'm on board too with, let's not fuck it up too bad. Anyway, continue as you will.
Okay. So here's the dark mystery. The closer you get to either tower, and they found this out in the most horrible way you can think of. Okay. Families going on vacation. Think of it like tourism, because everybody wants to make money somehow, and someone's like giving guided tours of the Heaven's Wrath crevasse. And the lightning crevasse still only has the lightning, and when it tore through the one time, it's not like it's had constant lightning there or anything.
Right.
The kid gets too close to the edge and it falls in a little bit closer to the obsidian tower, probably within 2 hexes of it. And the parents are like, oh God, because the kid fell and then bumped on a rock and went like 10 to 20 feet out into the gorge and just fell and passed out of sight. It was like seconds, of course, for the parents and the guide, it was like the thing of their life. And then they heard the baby wail. It took people coming down with ropes and solar crystals. They found the baby 120 feet down, floating in the air. And when everyone else got down to roughly 120 feet into the gorge, they could walk on the air.
So is this inside the divide and
Inside the divide.
proximity to the towers?
Right, within like 2 hexes of the towers. This is a feature that happens on both sides, but not in the middle. And there's no explanation for why it just gets a rigid surface. Now, the baby, don't get me wrong, the baby's still broken arm, had to be healed, whole bunch of stuff, really bad for the kid. But they found out with roughly in several miles of the Obsidian Tower and the Clutch Weaver's Spire that this was a feature in the Heaven's Wrath Gorge. And there's no one was working on research with gravity magic. No one was doing anything. No one has any idea why this is a feature.
Nice. I like that because, yeah, all it says is introduce this mystery, and then that's it. Like, it opens it up for possible discussion later if people have an idea, but it also, too, it is a dark mystery. Like, what in the hell is going on there?
Yeah, what's going on at both towers? Because you can't blame one, because they went and tested it at the Clutch Weavers, and the same shit happened. Just they did it without the baby.
Now it has to be the same kid.
Same kid got the conditions. All right,
Listen,
Timmy,
we're
let's
gonna
go.
need to borrow your child for science. That's awesome.
We're on a mission from God. So you couldn't blame the dark people for it. The dark people couldn't blame the light people for it because they had the same condition, but ask anybody at either tower, no one has a clue.
No, that's awesome. At least not yet. Maybe some other continent will discover magnetism or gravity or something and has an explanation for that. That would be cool too. Like the Dragonborn don't know, but the dwarves in the north do because they tunneled down to some shit and then they're like, well, let's focus
Maybe
on
the
this.
ancient humans built some stuff.
Yeah, who knows? Yeah.
If reason the Obsidian Tower jutted up one day was because of an old human plot that finally came to fruition ages later.
Ooh, grazie.
So that is my entire thought. I think that should give people plenty to work with.
That's rad. All right, so we've got the card pool covered. I have ticked down projects, all three of them. Mr.
All right.
Brian, would you like to discover something new, start a project, or hold a discussion?
Start a project.
Ooh,
Not mining in the typical sense of the word. Um, there is a need since the two areas of gravity or gravity defined situations occurred um, that exploring the crevasse has become a thing. Um, we've obviously got crevasse fungus, which may be a medicinal thing, which could be turned into a food source. But what else is down there? What else is waiting for people? What else is going on? Does it lead to the dragon's layers? Does it not lead to the dragon's layers? Is there mineral resources? There's just like a ton of bullshit answers that I could come up with, but really I think an exploration to find answers to those questions. And do they find a gravity thing at 300 or so many feet down, or even a mile down, which would be stupid far, but you get the idea. I easily think it should be a 6-week thing because it's a big exploration.
oh yeah, because special tools might be developed. You got to bring some researchers in, some geologists, some arcane people. A lot of hands
Mm-hmm.
in that pot.
Oh yeah.
All right. Crevasse exploration has been added as a project.
And I think that's about
We'll
it.
see what happens with that. All right, cool. I'm just periodically saving and then going in to re-edit because sometimes I forget to save and then I lose everything and fuck
Oh
with
god,
that.
I hate
So
that.
that's not
So, all
happening
right,
here.
I had to go. I went back through Baldur's Gate Act 2
hmm
and had to go from when you get the orbs to go see Shar um, to the ending battle of Act 2 3 times because I kept forgetting some dumb shit and ending it and realizing why didn't the tree heal? Or, why is this person not at the wizard's tower? Oh, I fucking forgot them. And I had to go back and redo that thing 3 times until I finished it all correctly. I hate that.
Want no secret? I've never progressed past that point. I've not made it beyond where you have like you could make it through the Hurdy Darkness Mist stuff. I've never progressed beyond. I've never activated like whatever happens at the tower and stuff. I know it's a goal point. Haven't made it there.
No worries. I'm glad I didn't say anything that would foil it then. I tried to keep that part vague. Yeah, the only thing I will say is Act 3 basically takes place in Baldur's Gate. So you actually make it to the city.
Yeah, which is the name of the game. And I've never made it to Act 3, where I hear all kinds of crazy fun happens. Anyway, I digress.
Sweet Jesus, there's so much stuff. If you thought Act 2 was fucking busy, Act 3 puts Act 2 to shame and then kicks it in the nuts.
He's not lying.
Pretty true.
One of these days.
Just to give you an idea, even though I had to do that one section 3 times, I'm over 110 hours into this particular playthrough.
That's a lot.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm a completionist too, so I like to explore every nook and cranny, every little side quest.
I know, I keep wanting to look at the map going like, where can we stick in this hex? What can we stick in this hex?
All right, so if I'm not mistaken, it is Goose's turn.
Indeed. Where's my mouse? Over on the other screen. Because that makes
Yeah.
sense.
Welcome to life.
Drawing the last card of the season.
Wasn't that just like 2 6s in a row?
No, 6 and 9 are different numbers.
Ah, god damn, I must be tired then.
The community works constantly, and as a result, a project finishes early. Or a group goes out to explore the map more thoroughly and finds something that had been previously overlooked. Those are both potentially fun.
Dragoons finish early. Because the ancient bronze dragon comes and helps.
Nice.
Oh, shit.
And now they have a banner. It's a bronze dragon.
So, let me ask your opinion. Should that finish the entire project or just part 1?
Yeah, because part 1 was the creation of the Dragoon, I guess, creature. And then the other part was going to be training them.
Well, the Dragoon would be a class.
Oh, okay. So the Dragoon creation is the creation of the Dragon Knight. You know what? I may
Yeah,
play this
so by
Dragoon
the
thing
way of
because it's been pretty dope.
by way of, oh my God, if everybody was Dragoons from different lands, holy shit. The Dragoon project piggybacks on the other, so there's always been at least the 2 components of animal and man.
Yep.
So with the ancient dragon coming in, do we want to say it just finishes up the animal side and now it's Dragoon training? It is all quiet. That is what I shall decide.
Oh my God, the Dragoons were based. A lot of their stuff clearly looks like a variant of the Eldritch Knight.
They're
Oh,
based on
that's
Final
great.
Fantasy Dragoons brought into the 5e system.
Yeah, they
And
took the
when
template
you-
build for
When
Eldritch Knight
you
and really made it better.
Right. When you do it, you're not getting a dragon. That's not what the class is about. You get a little wormling that you cannot specifically ride. If you look through the shit, it'll tell you.
Yeah, it's like a pseudo dragon size. They're really small.
Him's just a little guy. Alrighty then. With that coming into form and finishing that project, we now get to mark down projects. So that one will go down. Roads will be done, and now we're working on bridges. Avian cavalry going down. And I think that is all the projects that are open at the moment. So with that,
Oh, did Crevasse go down? It's tilted, so I think you missed it.
oh, I did miss it. Good call. Good looking out. Thank you. Exploration done. All right. Thank you for that catch. So with that done, for the last turn of the season, Goose, would you like to start a project, have a discussion, or discover something new?
Start a project.
Huzzah! What do you have in mind?
There has been rumors and stipulations for all of this quiet year of a hidden oasis somewhere in the desert. Group of people decide they're going to take a couple weeks and find it.
That's awesome because then when you get to the end of it, if somebody else doesn't take it over, you get to define what is cool about this oasis. So because it's in the desert too, that means it's outside of the walls, which adds to that because we really don't have a lot of things going on in the desert. There's a few things in there, but more
Yeah, there's the
is
cacti
always
and the
fun.
rocks, the Heart of
Oh yeah.
Darkness, and obviously the Oasis on the other side. I do like how, despite where they're at, the things that are positive tend to be on the opposite side of the things that are negative.
Yeah. And that calls into the yin and yang. Even the Great Divide looks like it makes a yin and yang situation. Like it's just
I did that on purpose as much as I could.
that's going to be cool. I was conceptualizing making it a little like the inside area a little bit more oval shaped. I'm definitely gonna
Oh, the line's
pull
just
into
designed to show you where it
the
is. I
divide.
still suspect it's like, hundreds of feet across kind of thing.
Oh yeah, that too. All right. How many weeks do we think for this hidden oasis? I like just making it 6 because it's
It's a
every
big deal.
week they make like a compass mark in the desert. They're able to go from like west to southwest to south to I don't know. I guess that makes 8, but I like 6. What do you guys think?
I was thinking
6 is fine.
4.
I'm fine with 6.
Meet in the middle, go 5.
I like Torafu's proposal. What do you think, Goose? It's your project. Are you cool with the compromise to 5?
Sure.
All right. So 1 week for every compass point, and then 1 week collectively of the in between or whatever.
It also suggests the first canon attempt to map the entire area as they
Hmm.
start to figure out where the hidden area is.
Yeah, definitely will inform a little bit about what might exist in the desert or what have you. All right, cool. Well, that then is going to conclude the autumn season.
We're in the home stretch, babe.
Do we want to start the winter season or do we want to wait? Bearing in mind that as soon as the king is drawn, the game is over. It could be the last card. If we draw it before everyone gets a winter turn, we'll recycle it. Or even I would say like it'll
Just let the run
end
around finish.
after the run around. But just for the sake of if the king is drawn, everybody will only get one turn, or if everybody already has had one turn, the king will just end the game right there.
And you mean the game for this particular region?
Yes, sir.
Yep.
Okay, yeah. Then yeah, I like that. Everyone either gets a turn or it ends it after everyone has had a turn.
Yeah. All right, cool. I'm going to shuffle the deck a couple times here. Well, as we plod on into the winter season, this is the final chapter of the history and development of the Dragonborn and Avian Kingdom here.
My
Mr.
draw?
Torafu, you get to start us off.
Queen.
It's the Queen.
You see Good Omen. What is it?
Eh, that's nice and simple.
Don't say a mirror.
You say a mirror or a mirror?
A mirror.
Oh,
I say that's Monday's
well,
game.
yeah, we are in the desert, but
A Good Omen. Let's see here. A star that is unnaturally bright and seen throughout the day, that can be seen throughout both day and night, appears in the sky. And it looks like it's shining directly over the temple.
nice.
I
That
would
is a fun
die
mystery.
if if it becomes like a secondary sun scenario.
It's a star. It is a secondary sun, but maybe it's a
Yeah,
meteor,
it can.
and a
Plummeting
caveat
to
later
Earth.
will turn it into a bad omen. Rah.
Wait to get to the dark
Uh,
region. Second blue.
All right, cool. That is an excellent omen. Let me jump through. We've got a handful of hardy projects now. I think I caught all of them this time. All right, excellent.
like it.
So, Mr. Torafu, would you like to start a project, discover something new, or hold a discussion?
We're going to start a project.
Woohoo!
The star appearing in the sky prompts the study of astrology. And the glass making produces the first telescopes.
Oh, that's cool. Makes use for them artificers finally.
Right.
So the project is on the highest point that they can get resources to get to, which I guess with flying things, they can just pretty much do it wherever. So up on the wall, let's say the east wall over here. They start the construction of an early observatory.
Ah, I like that.
I'd love to contribute to that.
So let's slide that over here where I'm just going to put it kind of on the wall there, not interfering with the other stuff going on. And let's determine the number of weeks for this project.
I feel there's two phases. I feel there's the study of astrology and then the construction of the observatory. And that's why I think there's two phases.
I agree, but I think they'd be in the opposite order.
Okay, no, yeah, sure, that's perfectly fine. I think the observatory should be at least 4. Because it's a big thing. And I think they're probably going to require the Clutch Weaver's help. Because I don't remember a lot of clerics that have the ability to create structures as much as Wizard's Wall of Stone. It might depend on the type of cleric you are, so that your mileage may vary, kind of thing.
Right.
But I see a lot of light and war clerics coming out of the Lumincarate as opposed to, like, I'm an elementalist.
So, of course, Torufu will get the final word. I would propose that it's going to take longer to construct the observatory. Once the observatory is completed successfully, they're going to get so much information, and it's a new development that a lot of fun eyes are going to be on it. I think discoveries and development of astrology itself are going to go pretty quick. They're going to be like, holy shit, there's a lot we can see in the cosmos, and it'll move along as such. That's just my thought. Throwing it out there without specific numbers. But it should be like a 6 and 4 or a 5 and 3 or 4 and 2, something like that.
See that? Sure.
What do
1
you
and 2
think?
works with me.
4 and 2. How's that sound, Goose?
That's fine.
No
All
objections.
right. So shall it be. All right. Project has been started. I will now draw a card because I must. The 9 of spades. Someone goes missing. They're alone in the winter elements. Choose one. The community organizes constant search parties. Eventually, the person is found. Project dice are not reduced this week. Or, no one hears from that person again. Hmm. Um, yeah, I don't know if I want to have the project dice reduced or not reduced, because if we don't finish a project, that's going to be something where when we get to the role-playing phase and the campaign itself in this world,
That'll be
those will
ongoing.
be active projects. They will be incomplete. Like maybe the observatory is still being built when we start the game or what have you. Example.
Okay.
So I'm just going to say someone goes missing. Let's see, that was number 9. And no one hears from them again. And then if we have a discussion or a follow-up or something, maybe there's a thing, or maybe that's
That's their own
somebody who
goddamn call.
they wander so far that they go into the dark, or they go into a different land, or they join the pirates, or they become the player character who just goes wandering off, and for the sake of their story they went missing, and then they start play without having made it back home, and maybe that's one of their goals. I don't know. Anyway, leaving that open for the sake of funsies. With that being said, that is going to allow us to ping down on projects.
Even Cavalry just finished. The Rock.
What just finished?
Yay!
The Rocks.
Part 1
Rocks.
of the So there were 2 phases of 4 turns each. There's domestication and the knighthood. And so I'm just going to put part 2 is at 4 now.
Mm-hmm.
Did I mark down Dragoon? I don't think I did.
It should go down to 2-3. Yeah.
And then the bridges will be done.
Crevasse. Yay, bridges.
I got the crevasse. I got the ones that are tilted. I got observatory. I got crevasse. I got hidden oasis. I'm trying to keep them in that same area so that I don't miss them all over the map. So, like the hidden oasis, when it gets found, of course, Goose will be able to pick anywhere on the map where that is found, or maybe it isn't. Maybe there's something. I don't know. Anyway, I
The
digress.
hidden oasis could be right where you drew it, kind of thing, and just no
Well,
one's ever really gone there.
it's going to be outside of the walls in the desert.
Right.
That's the one thing. But I just put it there, the words there, for the sake of keeping the projects together and not missing it. That's just a me keeping notes thing.
Okay.
So, with those going down, it is time to open into a discussion. My question, or
That's
no,
why you're a bitch.
I'll make it a question just in case there's something I want to add or wrap up or something. Is going to be
Why am I
what?
such a bitch?
No, stop. We're world building. We're not character building. Yeah. Uber sad face.
Yep.
God damn it, you sidetracked me. Where was I? Oh yeah. Here's my question. What other holidays and festivals have developed in this nation? They can be religious, they can be person celebrated. We have tons of holidays. I don't have to tell you what fucking holidays are. What holidays and festivals have been developed? And I'm leaving that open and plural. Um, I presume everybody will be able to come up with one of their own or build on others, and then I'll see how to wrap it up when we get there. So, starting with Brian, what have you got?
Commemorate the old guy who died defending kids.
Yep.
Ah,
We have Elder Day. The nickname for Elder Day is the name of that particular dragonborn. So you'll often hear it dubbed like, I don't know, I think we tossed a name around ages ago because this person did something special with lizards or some shit. Like it was Tehran or something like that, or Teleron or whatever. But yeah, they'll either call it Elder Day or, that person's day. And it's designed to honor people who have served the community through
ah,
action, deed, and not necessarily from like a militaristic or a public service standpoint, but the guy who's there with the bread all the time,
yeah.
and shows
Right.
up all the. I think in Indian communities and whatnot they call it naan, but that
Yeah.
is the
Fucking delicious, dude.
yeah.
So, yeah, that is perfect. And I like too that it plays into how elders are, it's already been established that they're taken care of. We're starting to see them become revered. And eggs are revered. So that means that, like, the whole life cycle, new beginnings and positive endings are both celebrated, appreciated in this world. It's just a nice bow. It wraps it
Like
up.
worst
I
things
think
that
it's pretty.
if you wanted to, there's a famous author who did a good job writing stories in the. I think if he wrote a horror story, all he had to write the story out with was miscarriage.
Oh no.
Because of
That's
how much
sad.
they love their clutches and everything, like there was a
Right.
miscarriage. Like that could be the opening line. You're like, oh, this could be a dark fucking book. Let's go.
Yeah, that's kind of horrific. Um, let's go to Goose. What have you got for an idea for holidays or festivals?
There is the Spires both host a day to honor their dragons.
I like it.
Now, are those on the same day or are they opposite on the calendar?
I mean, both of those sound fun.
right? I could see there
Diametrically opposed
be
the way the land
like
is, or
every year both of the towers have like a competitive, like it's an unspoken thing because they're adversarial, but there's like a competitive fireworks show because they're both trying to outdo the other one. If it's
Same
the
day.
same day, like that's yeah.
same day. Yeah, if you're gonna go
Yeah.
with the firework angle, it's got to be the same day.
Cool. That's just a thing. I don't know. Thought of on the
Damn it.
side and use that or
That
not.
kind of plays in what I was trying to think of. I don't know if I want to do it now.
Eh.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Well, when it
Stole
comes
your
to your
thunder.
part, when it comes to your part of the
I'm sorry, you
discussion,
got sparky seconds.
you can elaborate on what has already been established instead of coming up with a whole new one. Like that's the way the discussion cycle goes. Add in what you like.
All right,
I'm gonna add in. I'm gonna add into gooses,
Okay.
and the entire reason this even came about is because a young Dragonborn and an Aarakocra were playing around, and they went as high in the air as they could possibly fucking go, and they were awe-inspired because looking down from the sky on that cold winter's day, the giant heavens wrath great divide and the wall looked like a giant egg that was cracking.
Oh my God, that's amazing. Because I already said I kind of wanted to make the landmass more oval shaped. Oh, that is
And
so
the
perfect.
holiday is called the Great Birthing, from when the dragons came up out of the crack.
The crackening.
Reckoning.
I like the Great Birthing better.
Fine.
I just had
But
the
yeah,
chance
the
for
minute you
shitty
said,
fun.
yeah, well, no, I'm all about the pun, so I was just like, let's go. Was there a sign-up sheet?
Oh man, that is awesome. So I want to add, as it comes along to me, I want to add, and I'm open to suggestions on embellishing it. I want to have a week-long festival. I want it to be something unique that we haven't covered, something cultural, but is a week long. I was thinking about doing like a games or a sport or something like that, but then I thought, I don't know.
Quidditch.
um, it could even, yeah, it could be like a tournament thing where like, so for the Dragonborn, the games would be like jousting, air jousting, magic contest, etc., like that. Like it could be a week of like air quotes Olympic games, like tournaments and contests. There could be cultural
What if
ones
it's
too. Like
wait a
they
minute, wait,
could
wait.
come up
What if
with
it's rotational? There's three. One is physical contest, one is arcane contests, and then the third is utilitarian civil contests. And so I think the physical contest, you could have all the activities of, wrestling, running, swimming, all that
martial.
bullshit, or flying stuff. The arcane one is how to use magic to help your people. And
That's
both
cool
towers
because
compete.
all the different magic classes can, yeah, compete and contribute. Well, the good guys anyway, who are allowed in
Well, the good
society.
guys and the licensed ones from the other tower. As long as they're licensed, they're abiding by the
The
law.
clutch weavers, yeah. No, I was referring to the actual Dark Tower, as they'd be left
Oh, yeah,
out.
no, same.
Yeah. Um, so physical, arcane, and then like a
So
cultural,
civil servant
social
is
one.
like what project can you create that helps the people that is not arcane based and is not necessarily a physical competition? Like we figured out a way to start a new orphanage, or we figured out a way to solve homelessness, or feed people, or do something that was useful service wise for your community, a utilitarian civil service
Okay.
competition.
All right. So all of that coming together, I really like that. I think that it should be held at the end of every season, and there is not one held at the end of summer because that's going to be the last one, and that's just going to be celebrating the sun and the pillars. Like it comes
Yep.
back to the religious thing to kind of bring it together. It is state sponsored, et cetera, et cetera. So let's see, one for each season. Summer reserved for celebrating sun and
And the
pillars.
pillars.
Cool. All right. That's my whole thing. That's my turn. I'm done. I'm good to go. Brian's up next.
Hoping it's not the king. And Noemi.
And away
Right.
we go.
I'm pretty sure mine is the 10 of spades.
Appears to be, sir. In preparation for the coming year, community begins a huge undertaking. Start a project that will take at least 5 weeks to complete.
Ooh.
And has to do with preparation for the coming year. So if that has anything to lean on you.
I suggest it takes 6 weeks to do. Um,
Oh, we have to follow the rule of the cards. It says in bold 5 weeks.
only 5?
Yep.
Oh,
But still a good project undertaking. It's just 1 week difference.
okay. Um, there is a new city proposed on the southern side of the alluvial fan, at the edge of the forest aspires. Um, it is a joint community, and this is, you'll understand why it's a big project. Um, it is currently funded by the Clutch Weavers and the Dark Tower to
Mortal
create a city,
enemies coming
to
together.
create a city coming together on the Aqueduct River, to try to bury the hatchet and work together, as that warning suggested several sessions ago, or several turns ago.
Alrighty. I'm going to stick
And so they
that
figured if they
there.
weren't in either person's easy territory, but maybe they could work together to make sure that the aqueduct stays secure and was working, or the waterway that feeds the farms.
Hit the fucking spikes.
But yeah, I put them next to the forest aspires on purpose because they're both spire towers.
And that can
The pun
be
was the pun was right there.
it can be equidistant between the two to some degree, and yeah. Cool. All right. So then we've got that project started. I have knocked down the projects otherwise. So at the end of your turn, good sir, would you like to start a project, hold a discussion, or discover something new?
Even though it may not be too far in, um, solar crystal technology improves to radiant technology.
I'm not sure what you mean by that. Can you please elaborate?
The ability to replace the standard effect of something with a radiant effect. The best example of it is you're able to attach a crystal to a sword and it now does radiant damage instead of slashing.
Ah, okay. So let's see. That is. I'm just trying to remember what those were actually called.
I think we called them solar
Sunstones.
crystals. Sunstones. Sunstone technology improves. So instead of using fire, maybe you put a crystal in it, and now it's a radiant heat, and effectively you've created a microwave.
Word. So, because that's broad, the way that I'm putting this in the notes is Sunstone usage improves, can alter a weapon slash effect into radiant type.
Yep.
Noise. All right. I like the continued development of previous things. So callbacks.
I got the idea from
are always
the
cool.
Rokugan 4077 game.
Oh, in what way?
The fact that they had laser katanas or
I-
laser edged katanas. And I was just like, we
Uh,
need that in this game.
He just wants a lightsaber.
we want to give our dinosaur riding dragonborn lightsabers.
Lightsabers.
Gotcha. That is awesome. All right, so
Face my light stick.
that is going to bring us to Goose drawing a card. What have you got, sir?
Duh.
The Ace of Spades.
Man, we are dancing up there so close to the king.
Yeah.
Had the queen, had the ace.
With that, everyone will have drawn a card. So now when the king appears, it will
That it.
cease development.
Ooh.
All right, so Ace of Spades. Now is the time to conserve energy and resources. A project fails, but gain an abundance. Or, now is the time for hurried labor and final efforts. A project finishes early, but gain a scarcity. So I'm just going to quickly go through again our abundances and scarcities. Mithril vein has an abundance. Herbivore dinosaurs are abundant. Salt flats are a scarcity. Giant cacti is an abundance. The acai trees are a scarcity. Crevice fungus is an abundance.
So when it says gaining a scarcity, basically it's something that as abundant has to turn into a scarcity.
No,
It can also be created.
you can create
Oh,
a
okay.
new one. I just wanted to go through the ones that exist, but yeah. Mithril
Oh, okay.
armor and weapons we have in abundance. And I think that's the last one.
You know what? Because this kind of makes sense. The Rooks finish early, and armor is now scarce.
Ah, nice. And that was their part two. So that is all done.
That lightweight armor has to be made for the flying things.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
if you're going to be in the Arabian cavalry, you have to use mithril because it's light.
Makes sense.
So armor becomes scarcity. All right. That is awesome. I really like that.
And makes perfect sense.
Right?
And will be for a while because that organization's going to need all of their writers and all of, but that takes time.
So many things are close to finishing because we had so many projects that were kind of around the same time or numbered as such. That is all of them. Huzzah. Alrighty then. Oh, never mind. Mr. Goose, would you like to discover something new, start a project, or start a conversation?
Start a project.
You're a project.
I try. The knights and the cavalry are going to put their newly acquired armies to work. They're going to go eliminate the gnolls.
Nice.
No.
So I'm going to propose that that is a long project because they are in like smaller packs. So they're kind of all over in the desert by now. They're smaller packs, but they still have to be hunted down, like located and eradicated. But that's good practice for them, surviving
At
in the
least 5 weeks.
desert and eliminating.
Say 5 weeks.
I would agree with that. Yeah, kind of like the similar one where we said one for each cardinal direction and then one for the in between. I'm just going to call that knoll hunting on the map and throw it in there.
Not knoll hunting over the naughty knoll.
The same.
So it comes to me then, right?
Yes, sir. Draw a card.
7.
Sin.
What is winter like in this area? How do community members react to the weather?
Ooh. What is a desert winter like?
Cold.
That's cool.
At night, it's real fucking cold. It is wildly different between the day and night. Just wild.
Well, um, the daytimes are cool. I mean, it is a desert,
Yeah.
so it's still gonna be warmer. But at night, the temperature just plummets down to well below freezing. And so snow is not uncommon in this area during the winter,
Um,
but it quickly goes away during the day. What?
oh, I was just going to add that typically in winter the days get shorter, so that means too,
Yep.
in general, more dark,
Uh-huh.
which this community frowns upon. So at night, in addition to it sucking, in the winter, it's all cold and snowy and stuff before
It
it
could be
melts the next
ice.
day.
Yeah.
Oh, that's awesome. I'm going to put
And
snow and ice.
how does the community react to the weather? Well, being that the community is largely cold-blooded reptilians, they have to huddle for warmth and keep in winter clothing, I guess.
So they just kind of, the community shifts into from desert living into this really, really harsh winter situation.
There you
Right.
go. Got you a picture in the Discord.
That's prettier than I thought it would be.
Yeah, that particular one's from the Sonoran Desert, down in my area, neck of the woods. But there's also there's examples of it in the Sahara, the Atacama deserts, and there's also one in the Great Basin. But yeah, they mentioned several examples. Even Death Valley's recorded snow. It's infrequent, but it happens. And it's all a matter of like, is this a high altitude desert? That's the Atacama. Sonoran Desert is very much a low valley based one. And then there's the Sahara, which is near the Atlas Mountains in Algeria. So it's absolutely a thing that can happen.
Let's see here.
That is super cool. All right, so we've got 3 different projects. Well, technically 4 that finish on this round. Oop, let me grab aqueducts and unification. I did not bump those down.
I'm going to discover something new.
Just
Go.
a sec. Before we discover something new, we must resolve the different projects. And that can be quick. Like that can just be like, oh, it's done, or it can be embellished upon. So let's start with Observatory Part 1. The observatory completes. Is there anything you want to add about that?
Not really.
Okay.
The observatory's done.
That is totally cool. Moving on to Crevasse Exploration.
Or microboss.
What are they finding that crack?
uh, um, they found what the 2 ancient dragons are hoarding. And each ancient dragon has taken opposite sides in an ancient structure that predates everything they know about. Certainly predates the fall, if you get my drift.
And it's just one structure or multiples?
It's clearly built by the same people, but it's in different sections. Like there isn't a one continuous strip. It's because of the ground and the crack and everything, the structure has been broken apart into sections. There's sections in the center. There's sections up by the. So they suspect, it's a theory, but they suspect the anti-gravity effect may be a cause of that's where the dragon's lair might be, and they're preventing anyone from getting too close. It's a theory. And the dragons aren't commenting or saying yes or no. They're just not talking about it.
All right. So I've got, let's see, ancient structures
we,
from pre-fall, dragon
That's
strongholds.
how you put it in there that the dragons were guarding their clutches.
Yeah, those clutches are in the buildings. That's where they made their nests.
Okay.
But that means too, like there could be more in there. They could have hordes. They could be
Clutches,
protecting
hoard,
something.
money, all
And
kinds of things.
what they could be protecting could be magical, could be historical, what have you.
And
Like
all they
what
can
if
tell is that it's a pre-fall structure. That's it. They can identify that the rock is old enough to be a pre-fall thing.
All right, cool. So then, moving on from that, we had the Dragoon training finish. That just make that class available. Anything to add, Mr. Torfu?
No?
All right, and for the Hidden Oasis.
They find it.
You can now
tell me more.
place it where you want it to be.
Yes, tell me more and tell me where.
Let's go northeast.
Where the green thing is now?
If you mean green thing, the dinosaurs.
There's like a diamond up there now.
Oh, that was the star.
Oh, that's the star shining down. I'm sorry, my bad.
That's also the northwest.
I'm dumb.
All right, I'm going to put it right next to the cards.
Nice.
And that way that area will be filled in with something. But yeah, tell me more.
Yep, they find the oasis. It was hidden because it's in a slight depression, small cliff faces. The weirdest thing about it, there's a small, like 5-mile wide forest around it.
Awesome. That's quite the
Made of
oasis.
jujube and acai trees.
So I've got hidden oasis found, located in depression with cliff faces, small 5 mile wide forest around it. All right, awesome. All right, and sorry for the delay, Mr. Torafu. You wanted to start a project, discover something new, or hold a discussion?
Discover something new.
And that is,
I'm tired of seeing nothing in the desert. So up here in the northwest, we're going to put in the home of earth elementals and wind elementals, giving rise to sand eddy elementals.
Just a whole bunch of gas bags over there.
Really abrasive gas bags.
I'm going to leave it to you to draw the sand elementals. I'm just going to put the word there. And
Earth and wind and sand.
So there's probably a crevice that might open to both what's the word I'm looking for? Elemental planes.
I have earth and
Kind of like
wind
the way the
elementals
glass
lead
stuff.
to sand elementals. Nice. I'm going to put that in the middle of the circle. Why are you not letting me edit it, you piece of shit?
You piece of shit. Are you on the wrong token?
No, because it was further back, it was wanting me to highlight the circle, not the sand elementals.
Mm-hmm.
All right, I just wanted to add earth and wind in there.
Earth, wind, and fire.
I know, I was thinking the same thing. It's like, don't-
We got a pink circle representing the oasis. Awesome. Ooh, it makes. Are you making an eye? Because that's cool too. Nice.
Yep.
Um, I'm gonna put underneath the hidden oasis the eye and then parentheses of something, and then make that Brian's problem.
Good job. These are the problems I want to have in my life.
Of course, I know. That's what I'm here to provide. Fun problems,
Mhm.
not emotionally draining ones.
What are you talking about? I thought I solved that problem.
All right. Cool new discovery of earth and wind and sand elementals in the desert. That is extra fun. That can spread out too. Sand elementals are cool. Need some giant cliches in there. I think it's my turn to draw a card after that.
That tracks.
The Trace of Spades. Someone comes up with an ingenious solution to a big problem, and as a result, a project finishes early. What was their idea? Or someone comes up with a plan to ensure safety and comfort during the coldest months. Start a project related to this. Um, hmm. I'm going to make it an advance in technology and architecture and say that the aqueducts are now done too.
We did mention about architects getting better several seasons ago.
We did. So that will continue. All right, so now we have, and I'm not going to draw every single little one, but we now have roads, bridges, and aqueducts, and that's awesome. I'm going to drop that to astrology is almost done. Knoll hunting will drop to 3. Is that all? Man,
And the towers.
that
Oh,
was the
that's a
first one I added.
unification of towers. Sorry.
All right. So I get to discover something new, create a project, or hold a
Cover these nuts.
discussion. I want to look
I'm not
up
helping.
at
I'm
the
never
top
helping.
something. Let's see.
Got some glazed dates for you there, Torfu.
Come to Butthead.
All right. This is going to have to do with economy. What is used as currency? And is there bartering, or are things strictly measured by this currency? And first one to answer is Mr. Brian.
Okay. So it's a two-part question, right?
Yes. What is used as the prime currency? And then is bartering allowed, or is it only measured in the currency? And if the currency is in like coin, we can use the normal gold, platinum, copper, etc. Maybe it's gems of different value types.
Actually, I have your
Whatever.
perfect thing
Yeah,
for
it's your thing, your world. That's why I wanted to throw it your way. And then bartering is
totally fine.
something kind of separate, which could be frowned upon, could be smiled upon. Trading work for work, effort for effort, material for luxury. Anyway, take that ball, roll with it. What have you got for me?
All right. Humor me for a minute. Ages past, they used to have a spell in D&D called Glass Steel. And I kind of want to bring it back, and let me explain. Because we have such a focus in glass in this, and glass represents prettiness, and
Hmm.
often we associate the value of something as to how pretty it might be. All the coins are glass steel speckled in with the mineral that they represent. So gold coins are glass steel with gold powder mixed into them to represent the value so that you can see exactly how much metal is in the coin.
So this glass steel is the base, and then some of them
Right.
have gold specks, some of them have silver, etc. Okay.
And the less that you have determines the coin. And the glass is etched so you can tell, is there enough metallic powder in there to match the currency value, or is it? And there's only really three different types of currencies. There's a 1, a 5, and a 10. So it's either the center disc, the middle disc, or the outer disc, and it's fully powdered. And that's how you can tell the value of it. But the coins are all the same size. It's just a matter of how much metal is in it.
Isn't that the spell needed to create Lich's phylactery or whatever it's called?
Well, phylactery is for like a soul to be put inside it. Um, but there was a
Yeah,
spell.
I'm talking way back in the day. A
Oh yeah,
glass
no, there was a
steel was one of the spells needed to create
yes,
the beginnings of the phylactery.
yes, it was.
Yeah,
Cool.
So that you
that
could
though.
create a glass vial that was as hard as steel. It just
Mm-hmm.
basically it just took the sand infused glass and turned it into a crystalline structure that had the density matrix of steel.
Well, that's a whole
Yeah,
thing. All right. So with the coins being established, um,
I'm gonna let
let's
whoever
go
wants to
to Goose. Yeah.
for to
What
like
available?
name them or something or build on it in some other direction. But
Yeah,
that's
we
what I got is
can
the coins.
build on the base. We can talk about bartering. What do you like, Goose? What do you have to say?
I was gonna say I like the idea of them being in the shape of scales.
Yeah. Maybe they're hexagonal like the shape of the wall. And because that is kind of a scale
Well,
effect.
that's it. That's going to be altered slightly to be more egg-shaped, but that's because of
Sure.
previously established. Yeah. Um, but yeah, well, maybe scales are kind of egg-shaped too, like they're pointy but have fat ends. So
Hmm.
scales and eggs are close enough. That's cool. All right. So, shapes of scales rather than perfectly round. Torfu, what would you like to add?
So what would you make, Brian?
I made basically coins that are made of glass steel. So they're effectively, the coins are as strong as steel. They're just made of a type of glass. And it's something that the glass workers could teach someone. But the inside, they're etched with an inner ring, a middle ring, and then an outer ring. And if you only have powder, metallic powder, whether it's gold, copper, or silver, or whatever, in the middle ring, it's only one of those things. If it's in the second ring, it's five of those things, and then 10.
I'm tracking. So the coins are glass steel. The goose.
Made them that they are the shapes of scales rather than round.
Yeah, so you could have, I got a 1 copper scale for you.
And yeah, bartering is fine. You were asking if it was a bartering thing. Yeah, we'll make a bartering society.
Either option is accepted, kind of thing.
All right, I am going to piggyback on that to round it up. Um, I'm going to say that while bartering is fine when it comes to offering goods or services instead of coin, I'm going to say that negotiating price is seen as an insult. So if this guy says, "Hey, my jug is worth, 5 copper," if you're like, "Oh, I'll give you 4 copper," then he's within the rights to punch you in the face and challenge you to a duel because of the personal slight.
Why would I offer you something I didn't think it was worth the value of?
Yeah, it's seen as like, "Hey, I'm a craftsman. I'm an honest craftsman. I'm proud of my work. This deserves this payment. I decide that because I fucking made it. And you trying to tell me otherwise is incredibly pretentious. Go fuck yourself. Pay the money." And also be slapped in the face because you're a jerk for suggesting that it is worth less than what I've determined my effort means.
Like, Jesus, buddy,
Cool.
why don't you just tell me my wife was only worth like 4 years of marriage?
Well, we haven't actually
That's about
gotten
how
into
big that they're
marriage
considering
rights
the
and stuff,
insult.
but yeah, it's yeah, oh yeah,
Mine was only
major
worth 2.
slap in the face.
Oof.
All right, that's gonna end my turn. Did I draw the 3? Yes, I
I'm
did.
pretty sure you did.
Projects are taken care of. We're good to go. Mr. Brian, you're welcome. Draw a card.
No whammies. All right, the 4 of spades, whatever the fuck that is.
All the animals and young children are crying and won't stop. Hold a discussion about this in addition to your regular action for the week, or a great atrocity is revealed. What is it and who uncovers it?
I love drama. No. Um, I can't do anything to kids, so it's going to have to be the atrocity.
All right, so a great atrocity is revealed. What is it and who uncovers it?
Okay, someone mentioned something earlier about the church's elder getting murdered, and they said it was arcane something that did it. They know it's arcane and not divine-based magic.
Yes, sir. I seen it.
Okay, good. The atrocity they found out is that they nearly executed someone from the Dark Tower for the crime, only when it was found out by people from the Clutch Weavers that it was the Nagas that framed them. And because it has to be an atrocity, they found out too late and the person was put to death. An innocent person was put to death.
Nice.
That's what I've got, and then I'll let everyone add on to that and make their determinations as to whether that opened up dialogue for beneficial talk or not so beneficial.
Actually, we don't get to hold a discussion. It is done and finished.
Oh, why did you just draw the king?
No, hold a discussion about this was on the previous question. This one just
Oh,
says a great atrocity is revealed. What is it? Who uncovers it? And we've got that.
oh, so I just get to declare a thing.
Yep,
Got it.
which is done.
And now
Okay.
you can take your turn.
Well,
Um,
wait,
We had to
because
take stuff down first, right?
That's true.
yes, astrology is done. In addition to observatory, astrology study project has completed. Mr.
Yay.
Tofu, would you like to add anything about that?
Yeah. As the observatory is done and astrology is done, and they're looking around and finding shit, and they start categorizing planets and moons and other shit they didn't know existed, they start thinking to themselves, how in the fuck does all that shit stay up there, giving birth to early astrophysics?
Spelljammer. Oh my god, you just
So-
opened up the door for fucking Spelljammer.
So, does that essentially come from like mathematics and gravity?
Yeah, they're trying to figure it all out.
Well, Spelljammer has its, like, the astral sea, so to speak, is what happens between worlds.
Uh-huh.
So you could go with that cosmology completely. Like, they start figuring that crap out.
So I don't
Awesome.
know kind of, how you want to do it, but all I'm saying is early astrophysics start getting developed as they try to figure out how this shit stays up there
Yeah,
and what makes it all move.
that's awesome. I like too, you said specifically early astrophysics, like they're starting to develop these and ask questions that they didn't know how to ask before, which
Mhm.
is what astrology led to. Like that follows perfect. That is super awesome. All right, so that is the project that has completed. Let's come back to Mr. Bryan for finishing out the turn. Discovery, project, discussion. What have you got?
All right, so because I'm stupidly excited about this as much as everything else, I would like a project to build off of the just finishing one. The culture creates the first spelljamming ship to go explore.
So I'm going to propose that that is going to take 3 different projects of 6
No
each.
objection. It's a big undertaking. It is not light.
The biggest possible. I'm just going
I'm
to call
fine with
that.
whatever the weeks. I think 3 6s would be fine. It's a huge thing. Everyone's going to be involved with it.
Huge thing. All right, I've got.
Yeah.
I'm just going to put this next to the observatory.
The
Spelljammer
biggest of
ship,
things.
part 1, and there's 6.
Space.
And we can call it something different later, but we all know what Spelljammer ship is. So for the notes right now, before Brian does his
I've never
homework
played
of
Spelljammer. I have no idea what
Huge.
Spelljammer is.
it's D&D in space and plane. Well, Planescape is different too. So it's pretty much D&D in space.
Mm.
I loved it so much when I did play it. It was fun. And it was so easy to blend Spelljammer into Planescape and start having plane hopping adventures with ships that travel the stars.
Yeah.
Mm.
What is the ship called in Magic that Urza had? The Weatherlight.
Oh, I don't know. Yeah.
Yes, I'm a fan of Magic the Gathering lore, and yeah, the Weatherlight was the ship that Urza used to jump planes. Anyway, yeah, so it's pretty much Esper, but it's not science fiction. It's still fantasy.
it's all still fantasy based. It's going to be a ship with a
Yeah.
spell helm, and
Okay,
you have
okay.
a person that sits in it, and yeah, it's great. I love it to death.
All right, awesome. That is going to bring us to Mr. Goose's turn. And he has drawn the deuce.
The deuce for the goose.
What the deuce?
Deuces.
A headstrong community member takes charge of the community's work efforts. A project fails, and then a different project finishes early. Or a headstrong community member tries to take control of the community. How are they prevented from doing this? And due to the conflict, project dice are not reduced this week.
I would hate to see any of these projects fail.
Yeah.
It's been a bit. I'm going to run and use the restroom real quick. I'll be right back.
You
Yeah,
hold it.
we can.
You hold it, motherfucker.
If you guys want, I could use a quick smoke break
Wanna
while Goose is
Get like a tenor and
contemplating
give
his
Goose some
dilemma.
extra time to.
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah.
All right. Thanks.
I gotta piss anyway.
All right. Hey there, pup. You can go outside.
Don't think I want to beat your little furry ass. I saw you get into that trash can. Yeah. Yeah.
I just want to clarify to those in chat that that is not me he's talking to.
I'm gonna rub your nose in it, Josh. That's funny.
And back.
No, I like that. That's funny. Someone's talking about having a lot of kids, and someone said, "Well, my pastor once said to me, my pastor has 7 kids, and he once told me it's not that I like having so many children, as much as it is that I really like my wife." I was like, okay, that's cute.
I'm not really trying to populate anything more than that booty.
Got back at the right time, apparently. Booty.
Booty.
I mean, there's the Church of Adonatology, which is the worship of big, juicy, curvy asses on women.
I'm more of a pastitarian myself.
I should start re-exploring my religious beliefs. Anyway.
I'm pretty set on the Church of Adonatology.
Found something out. If you want to have a fun little prank at a party or whatever, bake brownies in a corn-shaped cast iron skillet.
Okay.
Oh, they come out looking like turds.
Yep, they come out looking just like turds. You put that shit on the table, and pun intended. And then when everyone's just eyeballing it, you take one up and you just go big old bite of it.
Gross, but funny.
There you go. Cookies.
Cookies? Hold on.
What do you mean?
Yes. Fantastic. What a wonderful cookie cutter.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, it's
Josh,
absolutely
feel free to absolutely delete that. But it's late at night and we're at after dark humor at this point.
Yes, it's a hobbit house. Because I can absolutely
It's
see a
whatever.
hobbit crawling up in there.
If other people stumble across it, then that's their problem for snooping around.
Stay your own fucking channel.
Someone stumbles across this channel, they're gonna get liches fall, bitches love cannons, climate change, dear God, they've hit the second tower. Let's bury the hatchet, frozen desert, huge,
Huge cookie cutters.
huge.
And then
Okay.
to finish it off,
Hey, gotta get the glaze on there somehow.
eh, yuck. Anyway, so currently
Goose
Goose
was
faces
thinking
the
it was great,
dilemma.
yeah.
Yes.
I do face the dilemma. I face the dilemma indeed.
That's right. A project fails, but a different project finishes early. I would totally do that.
Or project dice are not reduced this week.
Right?
But there's also the matter of the headstrong community member either does take control or tries.
I like tries.
It's not
All
the first
right.
time that's happened in the history of this nation.
Yeah, it's true.
How are they prevented from doing this?
Rolled up newspaper.
Oh, I was thinking that what are they called?
I don't
The
know.
high scale?
Ah,
Was that
Yeah,
it?
the Pope.
Well, the
Yeah,
new one
yeah.
anyway.
Yeah, the new one anyway. This one tries to do more of a direct theocracy over the entire desert instead of just the little community that's around the temple. So he tries to take over the entire settlement
all right. And wow.
and is stopped by the unification project, which bodes well. Takes them longer to talk everything out, but they did a good thing together. It helps.
Might lend into
The armies are on
common
hold because they don't
ground.
know who to. Yeah, the armies are on hold because they don't know who to follow. All the magic people are too busy stopping the church, so the spelljammer doesn't go better. Fits.
Indeed. Yeah, both the Spelljammer and the Unification projects are the ones that are currently active.
And
There we
the
go.
Noel
All right,
Hunt team.
cool.
Built-in reason for everything to go long.
Alrighty.
Yeah, the Noel Hunt
So,
team pauses because no one knows where to go. Yeah, I love it. That's great.
yeah. Well, and they don't know if they're maybe going to need the army for something else.
Exactly.
All right. So, with that, then, you have your discussion project or special discovery, since projects are halted this turn.
Discussion. Statement. There should be a check and balance between these three magical powerhouses.
So there is the divine, the studied, and essentially the warlocks.
The gifted.
The bestowed.
Ooh, bestowed. That's good. I like that.
All right. Well, Mr. Torafu, you are going to be the first
I'm
one
not against that suggestion.
to dive
Yeah.
into
Little
details
idea that I threw
regarding
in.
the checks and balances.
Checks and balances of preventing Numbnut McFuckface from screwing everything up.
No, this has to do with the three magical powerhouses between the divine, the studied, and the bestowed, essentially the warlocks. What kind of checks and balances could be developed, and it could, yeah, it could definitely follow up with the high scales attempt, because the other ones are like, yeah, screw you, buddy. You're not the only one that can warp reality. But yeah, how would you like to elaborate on that?
Each one is allowed a certain uh, mercenary or army to keep the other two in balance. In check, I should say.
Armed
They
society
divide
is
the
a light
armies.
society.
Huh?
So one takes the knights, one takes the rooks, and one takes the dragoons.
Hey, you can say that if you'd like.
He may well, he made a
I,
statement,
I,
not a question.
That's true.
I was thinking more along the lines of each of them get their own like full military,
In other words, each one has a knight, rook, and dragoon potentially.
right? And
Well, potentially.
and they keep each other in check by limiting how big each other's militaries can be via some sort of democratic process. The
Or truce
three,
or treaty.
yeah,
So
the three have to agree
military
on.
groups are developed for each. All right. To play up on the personal conflict thing that was part of society, I'm going to say that disputes are settled by magical duels.
Well, what about non-magical people?
It doesn't matter because this has to do with the three magical powerhouses. So, but actually,
Ah,
non-magical people, it's already a law that disputes are settled with duels. So they specifically are like, hey, if there's ever a disagreement between us, a magical duel shall come forth.
well,
Which
that
also
heavily
means,
favors the arcade.
maybe, but it also means too that it's becoming such a way that bad guy warlocks are becoming kind of more accepted and tolerated if they're being just awarded this authority to even have an opinion. Like they're not seen so much as blasphemers now as they are a disagreement in philosophy, as it were. Maybe another side of the coin, maybe another part of the yin yang, but yeah, the darkness not as punished, as it were.
Well, if the two towers are trying to find a unification project, that means clearly some people have been trying to see from the other person's perspective.
Mm-hmm.
And I hate quoting this chick, but it's a good example. In BG3, Shadowheart says you can't have light without casting a shadow. So you guys can't exist in one area in a vacuum of us. As long as the
Indeed.
clutch weavers exist, so will the dusk weavers. So done.
Alrighty. Yeah, makes sense. As far as when it comes to this checks and balances thing, um, Brian, you have the final word. What we've got so
Um,
far is that a checks and balances is being created between the three.
okay.
Torfu added that military groups are developed for each. I have added that disputes are settled by magical duels, probably done with those military groups. Yeah, how would you like to wrap that up?
The Tri-Fang Treaty. So,
I like it.
in the Tri-Fang Treaty, which is administered by the non-religious capital in the south, to oversee the three arcane organizations, that they are abiding by equal disbursement of troops between each other so that no one has too much. If someone faces a disaster and they lose a proportion of troops, then some troops have to be let go from the other two organizations to either match, or they can repledge that allegiance and fill in the gap for their person until everybody's equally distributed again. which means you could have, if something happened to like the church's troops, say they lost 10%, that means that the Clutchet and the Desk Weavers would have to reduce their armies by 10%, which could amount to layoffs, which could lead to bandit scenarios because I lost my job. You know, I can see all kinds of adventurous hooks and angles for it. And the people who are not magical are the ones that administer it and enforce it.
All right. Excelente.
Oh,
All right. That was Goose's turn.
So
And that
Torfu.
is brought full circle. Torfu is up next to draw a card. He has drawn the Jack.
an infected
Oh.
outsider arrives seeking amnesty. They have some much needed resources with them. Choose one. Welcome them to the community. Remove a scarcity, but also introduce an infection into the community. Bar them from entry. What scarcity could they have addressed? How does its needs become more dire this week?
Oh, that's awesome. Like, oh, well, we could have had the solution, but you kicked out the infected guy.
And who rules this area?
I do.
You. Okay. Hey, Brian, can I give you some chlamydia? Let me give you some chlamydia.
Let's go, buddy.
Let me give you some chlamydia, Brian.
You want to make a sexually transmitted disease and then make a thing about it? Well, what scarcity gets removed?
Um,
I'm dying to hear this logic.
I'm just clarifying. Everybody is on board with the development of STDs
I have no objection.
introduced into
I
society.
just want to give him a little bit of syphilis. just
Just a little syphilis. It's more just Phyllis.
Just some.
Her sister Syl stayed out of it. Just Phyllis.
Oh shit! I was gonna say HPV, but that wouldn't be HPV. It'd be like a DPV, Dragonborn Papillomavirus. God damn it. Anyway,
Oh my god, you got the scale
cloaca.
rot. Ooh, buddy.
yes, scale rat. It's just
You got scale rot. Oh.
Why is that bird's feathers falling out? What the fuck?
I like that. Yeah, scale rot.
Range.
Let's see here. Do I want to
Like you lost all your tail
infection
feathers.
and
Who the hell were you sleeping with?
increase the scarcity, or how does it become more dire? That's a good
You can
question.
even invent a new scarcity that gets turned into an abundance.
Well, it says it specifically reduces a scarcity, so it would have to apply to something that does already exist.
But
Let's
it says
see.
remove a scarcity too.
Mhm.
But one becomes a scarcity and the other one is remove one. Do we have any scarcities?
It doesn't actually
Yeah, we
create
have
a
scarcities.
scarcity. It either removes one, or it says one could have been addressed, and it becomes like worse.
More dire.
Yeah, like it becomes more dire.
Yeah. Like
so-
mithril armor is a scarcity, even though it's not noted. I know Goose did that for the rocks.
It is noted in the
Yeah, because they're
notes.
taking on.
I haven't
Dark
noted
Tower is a scarcity.
abundancies and scarcities on the map,
Yeah.
but they're in the notes.
Yeah, we're going to welcome them to the community, and they're going to solve the mithril armor scarcity.
All right.
Because
I am
they
dying
have,
to hear them.
they have with them knowledge brought from a far-off land somewhere. And this is a completely foreign individual, so they're not a lizard folk, they're not an Aarakocra, they're not a dragonborn. And fucking so he brings this knowledge for us that gives them better blacksmithing to make armors at a more what do you call it, right?
Like better steels and stuff.
Well, it's mithril armor, but
Well, making it lighter would Like if they introduce something that says, hey, you don't have to use more mithril to accomplish that. You can do this instead.
Yeah,
And it
exactly.
evens it out. Yeah. All right. So
Sort of
that
thing.
technique.
Some sort of metallurgical knowledge that they didn't have before.
Smithing technique.
Yeah.
How to get more out of the same amount of metal.
Right. So he removes the mithril armor scarcity. But it also introduced an infection into the community. What kind of infections does D&D have?
Oh, I already wrote in scale rot. I thought that's what you wanted to go with. Whether it's transmitted through fornication or not, like scale rot is a really
Well, it says
perfect
most
thing.
infections can be cured with like a lesser restore, so I'm assuming that's just going to end up being more money for the church.
Right.
But
Church isn't going to turn it down. You got some scale rod, buddy? Come over here. Who's got the 25 gold donation? All right, let's go.
all right. Let's see here. Yeah, Skull Rock could be. Well, it's what do they call it?
Because that applies to everybody, like a weird molting that happens.
Yeah, basically, I'm thinking like a dragonborn version of psoriasis is what occurs.
Hold on.
You ever seen people with these red areas that have like white patchy skin on their arms, and if you peel it, it's just like it looks bad, like they calcified or something. But that's psoriasis, basically.
Yeah, I know it's psoriasis. I'm a carrier.
Then that means you and I can't have sex.
Well, I mean, it skips every other generation. Like the men, my uncle has it, and most likely my kids will have it, but I don't.
That's fair.
Let's see here. I can't remember the name of the fucking disease. It's when you see like dogs or bears or some animal out in the wild,
Mange.
and like all its hair is gone.
Yeah, mange.
Mange. Thank you. Something like mange. Like dragonborn mage, dragon mage.
Your feathers fall out, or your scales fall out.
Yeah, that'd be
Yeah.
molting. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a type of molting disease.
I
And
gotcha.
psoriasis is right up there with it.
I'll just put molting / mange, and that can be, further defined as such.
Sure.
And whatever race this guy is, he probably has no hair.
Well, I was thinking
Yeah.
it'd be funnier if he was a carrier but not susceptible to it. Like,
Oh my god, that'd just be
insert
great. Like he
race
got
here.
infected, has no fucking
Yeah.
clue.
Some asshole halfling comes into town and is like, do, hey, I have all these secret knowledge, and I'm carrying this funky ass disease from creatures in my land that have suffer the mange, and now you're susceptible to it too.
Yeah, I put my dick in some questionable spots, and
That's not what I was saying, but okay.
one thing led to another. Now you have it.
In order to unlock the tomb, it says to insert what into the hole of glory?
All right. Anyway, things tick down.
Yes, sir.
Knoll hunting finishes.
Null hunting still has one left. Spelljammer went down, 5 spots
No,
left.
I was asking if things tick down, not did you tick things down.
Oh, yes, I
I think
ticked
he's
them
working on
down.
that now. Yeah.
Already done. So what finished this week was the project of unification between towers, which makes sense because there's that whole development of the checks and balances. So very good.
Let's see here. Discover something new.
Yeah, and I don't think I want to add anything to that. I think the Trifang Treaty kind of sums it up pretty good.
All right, cool.
But that there's a town there now that is the waste spot between the two towers for people to share
Let's
ideas and
discover something new.
yeah.
It will be Ooh, I know. It will be at the bottom of the lake here, are the ruins of a town.
Awesome.
And I made a square for the town where the unification town is.
Well, I will let Torafu, if he wants to draw little ruins in there.
I'm not going to draw any ruins in there. Just make a note that there's ruined town at the bottom of the lake.
All right.
Thusly, we can have underwater adventures.
You know, this all tracks if you think about because of the way the lake flows into the area that makes the lake and then eventually into the alluvial fan, that all of those columns were created by erosion over, how many hundreds of thousands of years.
Right?
For that unification thing, I know you didn't want to add to it. I just have a single question.
Sure, sure.
What, please, is the name of that town?
Palaceville.
Kiplingberg.
Concordance.
Concordance.
Townsville.
Yeah, I know there's a town out there called Brownsville, and then there was another one called Whitesburg. And you're like, man, real original with these names here. I'm just saying.
All right, so
I've
I've
been,
got
I've
in
been
the
to
note.
Brownsville quite a bit.
Bend you over, then we'll take you to Browntown.
No. It's my uncle lives near it.
No comment. So
About an hour and a half north of us.
Concordance, and parentheses, city, founded, semicolon, hub of communication, parentheses, and conflict resolution between three sides.
Yeah, I'm sure it started off as just between the two towers. Lol.
Well,
But then it includes now the like a mediation point for all three
Yeah.
parties.
Well, because very specifically, Goose's thing tied into that, as I recall.
Yep.
So that's why I added in the third. And it totally makes sense because the church is always trying to get their hands into shit. So,
draw that king, sir.
oh, is it my turn?
I believe so.
Nope,
Eight.
no king. Winter is harsh. Desperation gives rise to fear mongering. Choose one. Spend a week calming the masses and dispelling their violent sentiments. This week ends immediately. Or declare war on someone or something. This counts as starting a project.
Yeah, I wanted that one.
Oh, man.
Either option sounds great because it's clear that we have a growing military. Putting them to use makes sense.
Yeah, but they're also busy with like projects and stuff. And I know that this would, if the week ends immediately, then that means that projects don't progress and I don't get an option thing. If I were to play into it, I mean, it would probably have to do with night threats, which is everything, whether it's the Knolls or the Naga or whatever.
I could absolutely see a
And
holy war
God,
against the Naga.
there's already so much created here. But also, too, like, I like the idea of now that the magic people kind of have a truce, like, well, what else is a threat? Oh, how about those tainted ass Naga up there?
Yep.
um,
Because the Knolls are about to be a problem that are done. Like,
all right. I'm just going to make that a 6-week project. That way, chances are, when the game starts, they're just going to be embroiled in that war.
That tracks.
Or when, yeah,
The
like,
likelihood of not drawing the king in the next, 6 turns seems low. It's possible. Seems low.
yeah. So, and completion of that project, like I would say in advance, like, unless somebody steals it, essentially they're going to clear the city ruins. However, not eliminate, like, it's still going to be a tainted city. It is on the edge of the dark. Maybe it gives them a foothold in securing their region. And they've been one of, maybe they're the only ones who have found success. Maybe they're not unique in that. I guess that is TBD, but yeah. All right. So that's the project I'll start, which I will allow then for the completion of knoll hunting. Was that Goose's project?
So
So I have knolls, I have knoll hunting. What is the result of that being finished? Have they eradicated the knoll species from the desert?
Yes.
So that is one threat gone. That's probably why they decide to focus on the Naga. They're like, well, we're cleaning house.
And we're already halfway there.
we've had enough of your shit, folks. We're done.
All right. Well, that's quick and simple. Null species eradicated. Spelljammer ship went down,
There are no more nulls.
and yeah,
At least here.
nulls are at least here. Yeah, good call.
Yeah, we'll hear about them in some other land. Just be like, oh, you got a no problem? No. We got notes. You want to have? You want? We'll share how to get rid of them. Mostly stabby.
My grandfather hunted gnolls and brought them to extinction.
Yeah, he still brought home that one knoll head. We have it bronzed. It's above the fireplace.
All right.
Oh my god! I just
So
thought there was probably going to be busts of knoll heads, but encased in mithril and then put on top of a fireplace.
Pretty cool.
um,
Punk kids use half a knoll skull and make it into a helmet.
just trying to find things that I want to put on the map level permanently because they are permanent developments.
Derek Knollbane.
Actually, I want to rename that. I was leaving the dinosaurs free floating in case anything happened with that. I think we are good. All right, cool. So, as far as discovery or discussion or project, we have actually really covered a lot when it comes to the other features, like without purposely kind of trying to focus on it. Well, I did a couple times, but
It's been just a stellar experience. I can't wait to help cultivate the other regions. I'm very excited to be a contributor in someone else's region because mine looks badass.
right? Yeah, I look forward to
Very,
all of them.
very storied, deep history. Wow.
Yep.
Oh yeah, because yeah, each region is going to have all of this depth, but because we're going to be starting with a different biome, it's going to shape differently. We're starting with a different dominant race, and so that's going to play into stuff like, yeah,
I'm really into the humans devolved, or not devolved, but evolved into the elves and dwarves and that's how the fantasy stuff happened. So every time I lean into like pre-fall, I kind of lean into that direction. Like they were the progenitors. And the funny thing is that there's been a few biologists that work on Star Trek who have talked about the fact that yes, you could have all these races that are very human-like because it would basically mean that a human-like race seeded the galaxy.
Brian, did you draw a
Well,
card early?
in Star Trek, that's exactly what happens.
Yeah, they just
Mhm.
call them the either preservers or progenitors or
Preservers.
something like that. Yeah,
No, that was me.
I knew it was
I
a
must
full
have-
name.
I forgot turn orders. For some reason, I had it in my head that it was my turn.
Yeah, no, I did not draw a card, but I'll take it. Whatever because I don't care. It's fine.
I have not yet determined discussion topic.
Yeah, we'll just leave the 5 for a bit. We'll get to that when we're
Yeah.
done with whatever you're talking about. But yeah, I have no issue with the fact that Goose drew it. It's fine. 5 of spades is great. It's not the king, so I'm excited.
Hmm. All right. Here's my question. There are historical figures. They might be based in military. They might be the guy who invented the aqueduct. They might be like the leader of the troop that found the oasis or hunted down the last gnolls to extinction or what have you. A legendary warlock or cleric or whatever. Maybe it's a famous dinosaur that was known for riding into battle with great frost. I don't care. Um, I'm just going to leave it open for you guys to determine some historical figures for whatever reason you want. Um, all new, have not yet been previously addressed. So they
Okay,
won't
so
have to
that's.
do with anything else. These are all new.
I love Punky Doodle. She's great. What the fuck did you do? Instant Brazilian wax. Yes, totally.
Punky Doodle's fantastic. I love their little skits.
They had
So
2
yes,
girl witches casting, and it was like, I cast best friends. I cast best friends forever. Like Magic Girl Doodle is funny. All right. Let's see.
Make it so the towers, their duels can't be fucking lethal, so they come up with stupid shells. I cast tungsten ball sack. Ah, that's stupid. I cast your trunk. Ah,
I
sorry.
cast Concrud. So new.
yes. Everyone gets to create a historical figure.
Or we can choose to name somebody who's been mentioned. Like,
No,
Um,
this is entirely new. Everyone has to create. This is my statement. This is my God statement too. I'm putting extra oomph on it. Everyone must create a completely new and unique historical figure. But I don't care what their upbringing is, what their occupation was, what they accomplished. That's entirely up to you. Try to keep your answer succinct in like one words like he's a military general, he did this awesome thing, that's why he's historical, or etc. But everybody gets one. And Brian is first, technically. I guess it doesn't really matter because everybody gets one, so I guess anybody could go if
yeah,
they
you can go
have
in
one,
whatever order you want.
but Brian is technically first.
All right. There's Averin Shadowscale.
All right. What was his occupation? What did he accomplish?
Eldritch Knight.
Nice.
He focused on knoll hunting, and he was the one that figured out the strategies that helped take them down. So he would stalk them.
Nice.
He was willing to go into the dark at night, stalk the gnolls, and hunt them on their own terms. And he only had one magic item that became an essential for later. It was goggles of night vision.
Obviously developed by the
Clutch Weavers.
yeah. What is the class though? Artificer.
No. The class is Fighter, Eldritch Knight.
I'm talking about who developed the goggles of night vision.
Oh,
Definitely
sorry,
was
my bad.
not an Eldritch Knight. Of the Clutch Weavers. All right, cool. All right, so I actually like that, having it in three parts. The who was he, what did he do, and maybe a cool thing that he had or something, unique aspect. I dig it.
Yeah, he didn't carry any other magic weapons or stuff like that. It was his skill and a set of goggles that allowed him to hunt at the same time as prey.
Very nice. All right. Goose and Torafu at your leisure. Enter one historical figure.
Go ahead, Goose.
There you
Hell's a Tempest Archivist.
Yeah.
I think we're going to find out in a second.
go. She's a warlock of the ancient blue dragon.
Oh,
Her feat of
nice.
renown is she's the only one who's made any progress in translating any of the books that were found in the, I want to say, basement of some ruins up near the Twin Pillars. So they
Yeah,
gave her
'cause
the
there were-
title of archivist.
Nice. She might be the only person in the nation that can speak Elven.
Well, the blue dragon, that can be something secretly provided by tutelage from either of the dragons because they
True.
predate, so they can be like, yeah, we know Elvish.
Like, let me see that book for a second. Oh, I know this. Yeah, here, read this
Elvish,
book.
motherfucker. Do you speak it? I love a Pulp Fiction opportunity. Um, I'm just going to put in Elvish language specialist. And Magic Pioneer. Cool. Alrighty. Mr. Torafu, a historical figure. Dude, oh, that's so cool. So I was typing in my historical figure and I only lack a name. I love that you went with monk because I created the first paladin. That is so cool. Um, so since that was my question or statement, really, I'm just gonna put this in the chat. Um, so you guys have. Um, Brian, it's your world, and sorry to make more homework for you, but I need you to name the first paladin.
Pass.
Um, I would like it to be. I'm going to give him a name, and I'll explain it in a second here. His name is going to be Talaran. So, Talaran.
Well, I did Oran. All right, Teleran.
That's fine. I'm not that picky. I was
Nope,
just
I'm taking yours. Keep going.
okay. He is the namesake of the elder that protected the children. He descends from him. He just has his, great grandfather's great 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 grandfather's, whatever the age thing is, name.
Awesome. All right, I will add that into the notes. So shall it be. All righty then. I believe that Goose has drawn for Brian a number 5.
Yep. Which would have been mine. It would have been whoever touched the
Yeah.
deck next. So
All right. Winter elements destroy a food source. This was your only food source at a scarcity. We've got multiples, so that won't happen, but winter elements hinder a food source. Or winter elements leave everyone cold, tired, and miserable. Project dice are not reduced this week. I would like to also point out that the only project going on, I think, is a Spelljammer ship. That's not true.
So the
There's
Dublin
a
War?
war on the Naga. Yes, I was.
you forget to notch that one down, or should that be a thing
Um, no, we're good. That was created on my turn.
on your turn? Okay,
Yeah.
then. I'm absolutely going to go for the project dice are not to reduce this week because I don't want to destroy a food source.
Okay.
Yeah, it was a really miserable winter, and people couldn't focus and work as much as they could. Even the war effort halted.
You never invade Russia during winter.
Damn right. Um, so yeah, that's basically it. You just didn't make any forward motion, but at least you held the line.
All right. Cool.
Oh my god, can I? So because everyone was miserable, the lead people on the Spelljammer project went through a bout of scale rot.
Huh.
Ah, you smoke, Josh. Found you the perfect for Christmas gift.
Great. Says.
Oh, it's not posting a picture. I have to open it. Shouldn't make that recorded. Oh, that's awesome. Oh, that's clever.
Oh, it's fucking great.
Well done. That is not what I expected at all. But you could use
As
that
soon
for
as I
joints
opened it, I
too.
knew exactly what it was.
I've never seen that before. That's rad. All right. So since projects do not continue, that means that Brian now will be able to discover something new, start a project, or hold a conversation. Dun dun dun. What shall it be?
At the next festival for showing off magic arcane things, the Clutch Weavers introduce the first Warforged.
Interesting.
No eggs were involved in the making of this, and this is an entity that can think for itself.
Those
They call it the
artificers
Steelborn.
are really busy. Awesome. Now there is one possible place for a Warborn to originate from. Also should help with the war efforts. And perhaps more will come of that, perhaps not.
But that is the first one was created. I'm not saying there's a production of them or anything else, just someone proved it could be done.
Yeah. Almost makes for a new historical figure.
It
Because he's the
absolutely
first
does.
of his kind, yeah. All right. I like leaving that vague too, because that's something that can be left open for stuff. Maybe it has to do with prophecy or fulfillment of omen or something. Maybe not. Anyway, I believe that that is going to conclude that turn.
Yep, because I just discovered something.
So that means that Goose is up next to draw a card.
Yeah, considering they're still Brian. Brian, you draw mine.
Da, 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 da. Oh,
Hey.
balls! It's
Boom
over.
shakalaka.
Now I come for the blame on you, fucker.
That's awesome too, because it's his world. So you just put it on him to halt all progress. So that's awesome. So that means with concluding the southern province, war in Naga is in progress, has actually just started. It really hasn't gone anywhere yet. That's a cool way for them to start. The Spelljammer ship had a little bit of progress, was halted, but a Warforge came out of it. We have tons of map locations. We have tons of developed political maneuverings between magical forces, a little bit of crime and punishment, governance of cities. Very specifically, farm plots are important. There was a great crevice that happened, and there was exploration of said crevice. Development of the observatory and astrology, glassmaking, mithril weapons and armor, with a solid vein that produces an abundance. Access to the giant cacti forest, knowledge of the rocks in that forest that are migratory, lizard folk pirates beyond, Heart of Darkness developing opposing
We got
towers.
through a lot of that deck before the king popped up.
That's
We
what I wanted to
did.
see. We were just missing the 6, second to last pull.
Really? Yeah.
Not bad. I didn't think we'd make it this far, honestly.
I didn't either. Yeah. That's super cool. I'm going to shuffle and recall the winter deck and then hide it. So then, well, obviously, this is a perfect place for us to close and get closure. The document where I was taking all my notes was called, is in the Region 1 folder. It's called South Rocky Desert Mesa. It has, at the top, it lists base resources, material resources, and other features. We went over, I think, just about everything on that list except for Navy, which you're fucking in the desert. You don't get a Navy, and that makes sense.
Yeah.
I think morale in the population is
I'm going to
pretty
change Navy to Air
fantastic.
Force.
There you go. That's awesome and perfect because you 100% went out of your way to develop that. Um, we touched on the other features. We've got resources in certain capacities. Those can change still over time in development, but as is now. Um, I've kind of got, oh, where did I mark? Oh, there it is. Okay, spring and summer. So spring and
Mhm.
summer is where everything kicked off. Bunch of notes, bunch of stuff happens. Then I separated autumn and summer or winter with developments that happened kind of turn by turn. I kind of updated my note-taking process, which I think is better. I'll
I get it.
eventually be putting all of this together into a story form. I will probably use AI for it because I'm lazy. And it'll go perfect because I'm just going to give it the parameter of use only this information and arrange it, and it'll be awesome. But before I can do that, Brian, your homework is to peruse those notes, um, change names if you want. Um, I wouldn't elaborate too much because where we've left the holes are perfect places where in-game plot and the campaign can fill in, might be able to be addressed, etc. But definitely personalize it to your liking. It is, again, your region, your race. So kind of go through everything, make sure things fit, and really important, yeah, change names of stuff, even for things that don't have a name. Like if you want to give a name to the giant cacti instead of just giant cacti, or maybe the dragonborn call the rock something different or whatever. Maybe they have cool names for their dinosaurs. I don't know, whatever. It's on you.
I'll figure something out.
Yeah. But yeah, that'll be just for you to kind of peruse through. At the
Okay.
very bottom, I have allies and adversaries and neutral. That has to do with the other nations. So that'll be something I think at the end, the very end, we'll kind of have like a final world establishment thing and be like, all right, so out of the nations, who gets along, who has a sturdy trade network. And some of those things might be developed because we know that the Aarakocra came from the west. We know that some Aarakocra went to the east and all but one
Don't
found
know.
dead body. We don't know what happened to
Yeah.
them. But we do know that in the East, elemental magic exists for whatever that's going to be a thing. So, anyway, happy fun time. Um, what to be considered for Mr. Goose? Region 2 is completely blank. So, the Region 2 notes has all of the stuff but blank, like the skeleton of what the Region 1 handout has. I'm just going to make one edit because the South Summer region has been chosen, so that's not an option. Well, neither is the dark technically because that's for later. That's an in-game thing. But yeah, so kind of blank there. So Goose, in the meanwhile, consider if you want to create as your region the North, East, or West.
East.
North represents winter, East autumn, West spring. Already say East. All right. Then I will just delete the others and we'll just call it East and I will leave it there. Do you know yet what the main race is that you want to start with there?
Yep. Let me look at it. I know what they are. Can't think of the names. Top of my fucking head. Give me 1 second.
D&D race playable by the player's handbook.
Ganassi.
Hmm.
Oh, the elemental infused.
Yep.
Well, that makes sense because guess what? They do elemental magic over there.
Yeah. You know, the scout that went east and got burned and
Yeah.
drowned and tested.
All those things. Dude, that is going to be so cool. Like a whole region where the main race is elemental peoples of different forms. Has that ever been done? Like, that is so cool.
Yeah, they call it Avatar.
There's still
He's not wrong.
humans. No, those are humans. They tapped into
Dude,
elemental
doing
forces,
this to
but
make
they
an
themselves.
Avatar kind of world?
Doing this to make any kind of world.
Right. Well, so I mean, when we do it again, or start now, or start later, or whatever, we're going to be doing Goose's region 2, right?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
That's what we're talking
So,
about.
what kind of region is it, Goose?
So I only have listed that it kind of represents autumn. So there's, and it's not going to be the south, so it won't be desert, and it's not going to be the north, so it won't be tundra based. Those are kind of defined in their words. When it comes to the east and the west, it's kind of wide open. Um, I presume some kind of representation of forest and plains, but forest can be jungle, it can be carnivorous, it can be deciduous, it
So
can
that's
be a
why I was asking
combination
Goose.
of, yeah. So with that, Goose, do you have that in mind, or do you want to ponder that further?
I had an idea. Do you have a blank map that I could draw on?
I'm excited. Let's go.
I have a blank map for every region because your
I'm
dungeon
assuming you
master
did.
sometimes thinks ahead.
Well, you know the shape of my landmass.
God.
It's going to be a circle. What the fuck are you talking about?
I was just thinking of so many different innuendos that could have been.
I let most of them go. I was just gonna lend with like rounds of shape. All right.
Yep, round is a shape.
You fucking
Um,
perverts.
Now, I don't want to
Yeah.
start the game yet, but as far as what Goose wants to develop here, yes, split into the elemental regions. Perfect. I see where you're
And
going, smelling what you're stepping in. Yeah, any details you want to add as far as the kind of starting out? Because technically, the first thing that happens is the first person puts in like a landmass or type or something.
Seems like a major city that's located in the center where they all meet.
yeah, pretty much. I was thinking of somewhat quadrantized, one for each element,
Nice.
and then some weird chaos thing in the middle.
What kind of region will it be? Is it going to be like woodlands? Is it going to be plains?
Wood and plains?
That's
Uh,
kind of what I was asking.
I was thinking like
Maybe a little
wood.
desert in the west.
Yeah, that'd work.
I
Like
missed that. I'm sorry.
mountainous, fiery, volcanic to the north, deserty to the west, marsh and woodlands.
We already have desert.
Right. He's trying to like
No,
it's
no.
on the edge of the desert from my land.
It's like this side is deserty, this side is mountainy, so on.
I would encourage it not to be deserty because we have an entire desert region. Like they would be touching the desert on the fringe.
Maybe plains.
I could
Like
see
grasslands.
What's it called?
volcanic being,
Arid?
but
Like west is arid.
I called the desert arid.
Oh, it's
Like
desert.
Grand Canyoning.
That's the entire point
Plateau.
of inside the wall.
So technically in Arizona, we refer to the area where the Grand
Yeah,
Canyon is. There's a
but
plateau third of the state.
getting away from desert, rocky, arid places. This is the only caveat. I'm sorry for tying hands. I really don't want to, but we have a whole desert and canyony region, and I really want to avoid repetition on that. But I like the idea too of there being like 4 distinct biomes for each element. Um, do you want more thought on that, or well, because technically everybody adds, like by the process of the game, everybody adds a feature to the map. That does include geographic things, so we might get to that later.
Sure.
Maybe. Like, um, Goose would be the first to go, so you would be first turn and first feature added.
So is region 3 going to be mine then?
Yep.
Okay. All right. Well, I know the kind of region that I want. Ah, what the fuck? There's already shit there.
It'll be north or west. This is region 2.
Yeah, but I clicked on region 3's thingy.
Oh yeah, I have a skeleton for each of the templates, but it doesn't detail anything. Essentially, you would be choosing between north and west,
Uh huh.
and north would be obviously north based, so tundra, cold, snowy, etc.
Fuck you! I'm gonna make it sunny, bright, and Hawaii-esque.
I would encourage taking the west region then,
All right.
which represents spring. Ultimately, though, we'll make it work. Um, Goose, as far as I don't know if that was supposed to be deleted from the map there, I did not want to discourage the split in 4 with that central, like that's very cool. I was definitely not trying to discourage that, unless you're just like, I want to drop prettier or something.
Eh.
You could split the party, right? Throw me in region 3 real fast.
There
Thank
you
you,
go.
sir. Now to get the brown paintbrush.
Ew.
Ew about it. It's nice and earthy. What the hell are you talking about?
It's you.
So,
It's,
I'm
what the
curious,
hell?
Goose, do you know if which Ganassi you're going to play as in the campaign, or is that yet to be decided?
I don't know yet.
I'm cool with any of the above. So, but the encouragement is that you would be playing as a member of the main race, some capacity. Super, super cool. Again, I really, really love that idea. I did not see that coming at all. Like, because I always think of the basics, like dwarves and elves and stuff. Like, to pop the Ganassi in there, God, that's going to make such an incredible and dynamic map and history between everybody. A lot of options for intrigue, conflict, cooperation, both. And then I'm sure there's going to be some kind of fusion stuff.
Well,
I
they're
don't know.
still technically not directly east of me and not directly north of me. They're like kind of northeast and northwest because I'm in the southern region.
Hmm.
They're an eraser.
No,
And I
you
have
have to
one.
click on individual lines and delete them. And I'm not kidding or being facetious. There's not an eraser tool,
Noted.
unfortunately. But alrighty then. Well, we know what to anticipate. We'll have the week ahead to consider and brainstorm and look forward to that. Brian, let me know when you have renamed stuff to your liking and are ready for me to story form the history of your region. I think I want to get the notes all done and ready. That way, like character creation concepts can start and stuff like that. Probably
I'm
the
probably gonna do
last
that tomorrow.
thing at your leisure. I'm not trying to rush anything, but probably the last thing I'll do is compiling the maps and prettying them up for combination world map. And again, I'll probably use like Incarnate or something like that, something simple but effective, and try to think about like if there's a river, it has to come from a mountain, something, and stuff like that. It's kind
Okay.
of like a shared supercontinent, so I also get to think about outside of like developing
Yeah,
those
because I get
lizard
the
folk pirates from the volcanic islands and stuff. Like that's awesome. Like that's a whole thing that I get to play with. Mwahaha.
and I get the impression that the there's space between the nations because otherwise you would have desert touching other people's lands, but I imagine there's like plains or something that the desert pans into before it gets to the east nation.
So that's going to depend on what geographical feature gets placed on the east side of the map. Goose might determine that right away.
Well, technically the west side of the
Essentially,
map for
yeah,
him.
his west side border is going to be whatever he puts, and that will transition into your desert on the south and west.
So there could just
And
be a
then
mountain range
he'll
between the two
have
of them that creates
the
an
dark. Yeah,
altitude difference. And
yeah, could be. It could even be like, and an interesting contrast, like if that's where, like on the east side or the west side is where the water Ganassi are from, and there's like a whole bunch of lakes and rivers and stuff, and then all of a sudden it gets all deserty and shitty. Like that's an interesting contrast. Like I'm cool with anything, honestly. Like it's all great. So we'll see.
been holding out on us, bitches. Hoarding all the water. Stop it. All right, I'm gonna go.
All right.
Have
Well,
a
you
good one.
guys have an awesome evening. I will see y'all in some form or capacity. I think tomorrow we're doing Star Trek, right? So that'll be fun.
Think so.
Yeah. Bye. Fucking
Peace.
the